Welcome to the Nürburgring for the third round of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Endurance powered by AWS. This classic circuit in the Eifel Mountains is a joy to behold. These fantastic drone shots showing the twists and turns high in the Eifel Forest. Weather can often be a factor in the racing here, but Sunday race day is set to be dry. Teams have come here to set up, get the best Pirelli tyres for their cars. A field of 50 cars coming out to play, hoping the weather will stay fine, hoping their drivers will be at the top of the four respective classes across the championship. All the top manufacturers are here to play, fresh from the Spa 24 Hours. That had victory going to Aston Martin, but Audi, Ferrari, Aston Martin et al. Are tilting for glory here at the Nürburgring. It's going to be very, very tight indeed. Every single detail must be attended to find those vital fractions of a second that can make the difference between success and not coming away with the trophy. The championship spread across the continents, in North America, in Europe, in Asia and in Australasia. GT3 is burgeoning under the Fanatec GT Championship, but here in Europe we're working our way through the championship with a combination of sprint and endurance rounds, and we're midway through the season. 2 weekends in a row in Germany, first Hockenheim and this weekend the endurance round at the Nürburgring. Magny-Cours to follow, Monza, Barcelona, and then the season finale in November. Here at the Nürburgring, we're looking first at the pro category, the front-running drivers in this packed field of 50 cars. Victory in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps propelled Matthias Drudy, Marco Sorensen and Niki Thiem into the Fanatec GT Endurance Series lead, and Drudy is hoping that the Belgian come-to-you racing outfit can keep its winning touch this weekend.
It's really, really cool to win Spa. I think I really didn't realize yet 100% what we achieved. Everyone did a flawless job, team as well, and now we are leading the championship and we try to keep going like that. And this race, I think, is going to be more hectic. There are many cars, many really fast drivers, and the level is always super high, so it's going to be quite tricky as well this weekend.
AF Corsa's all-Italian driving lineup of Alessandro Pierguidi, Davide Rigon and Alessio Rivera were denied victory in the Spa 24 Hours by extraordinary misfortune, but their second place there in the AF Corsa Ferrari keeps them very much in the title hunt.
Well, at the end, it's part of the motorsport. I'm not exciting too much when I win and don't disappoint too much when I lose. So at the end, it was a difficult weekend, but it's the past. Past is past. So we look forward. We are here in Nürburgring. We will try to have a nice weekend and a good race. The championship is still long. We are in good shape, not in a bad position, and maybe recover some point in the champion.
Victory in the opening Fanatec GT Endurance round of the year, but Paul Ricard gave Rover Racing's Augusto Farfus, Dan Harper and Max Hesse a flying start, and 23-year-old Hesse is keen to reward the team with victory on home ground.
German team, German driver, a lot of the crew members are from Germany, and Rover is quite close to here, so we feel comfortable around here. There are a lot of teams around the area from other manufacturers too. So we obviously try and do our best. Let's see, last year was not the best, but I think this year our chances will be better.
German racer Lukas Stolz simply loves racing at the Nürburgring, but he hopes that the form that he and teammate Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller displayed in the opening round in their Team Get Speed Mercedes can be replicated here.
It's my home track, it's the team's home track. The team is just around the corner in Moisbad, and yeah, obviously I spent a lot of time here. It was also the track where I first had contact with Motorsport. It's always quite nice to basically race at your home circuit. We also had a decent race last year, finished P2, so we just want to finish on the podium after a not so good Spa, let's say.
The Ford Mustang is new for 2024 in GT3, and former endurance champion Christopher Mies explains how the one that he shares for Proton competition with Dennis Olsen and Frederick Vervisch is now really beginning to find its feet.
Winning the 24th of Nürburgring is always nice, and now being here for the first time with the Mustang, even though it's only the GP track, is cool. It's the first time since I won it the last time, so yeah, looking forward to give the Mustang the first go around the Nürburgring.
Now we're looking at the gold class, which is for 2 gold and 1 silver ranked driver, and the Hout Racing team is one of many teams anxious to sign at the Nürburgring, and Yusuf Awega, Michele Beretta and Arjun Maini are carrying its hopes in the gold class, with Awega leading its charge from just across the road at Moisbad.
I wouldn't have a unique advantage, because ultimately this is one of the biggest racetracks in Germany, and a lot of drivers have been racing here for a long time. Endurance racing is really just about patience and keeping keeping the car together and just staying in the lead pack, and ultimately it's going to come down to the last half an hour or something, and the biggest lesson is to be patient, and just because you lose a position or two in the first hour, it's not the end of the world.
The silver class is for what it says on the tin, 3 silver-ranked drivers. German racer Yannick Mettler will be praying for silver class victory on home soil when he turns up for the year's annual visit to the Nürburgring, where he will again share his Get Speed Mercedes with Anthony Bartone and James Kell as they look to extend their class lead.
I think we started the season with the goal to maybe make it into the top 3. So we kind of overperformed now with the win in Spa, which is obviously super nice. Our goal is to finish in the top 3 for the rest of the races, but even if we get a 4th at some point, we still score points. It's not really like very heated, I would say, and we have a good amount of points in the back already. Obviously, we still need to score, so yeah, we want to aim for that podium.
Patrick Assenheimer has won many races at the Nürburgring before and will be fired up about the possibility of taking Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes to glory here, along with Ezekiel Perez-Companc and 16-year-old newcomer Tom Callender.
For sure we got a good package, but the silver class is strong this year. Especially I think 5 cars are really strong and fighting for the podium. And we do our best, get back on the podium at Paul Ricard. It happened at Spa, 4th, so nearly podium. And so for sure we want to get back on the podium and on the top.
Walkenhorst Motorsport made the move from running BMWs for many years to fielding Aston Martins in 2024, and its multinational lineup of Romain Larue, Lorcan Hannafin and Maxime Robin out to finally land a podium in the silver class.
It would be really good, I think, for us drivers as well, but for the team as well, because they did a great job repairing the car after Spa. You haven't had that podium or win that we've been looking for since the start of the year, so we're hungry to get that result here in Germany for a German team would be really good.
The bronze class is made up of platinum, silver and bronze class drivers, and it's one of the most fiercely contested classes of all. Herbert Motorsport has had decades of success in GT3, and team owner Robert Renauer plus Dutch ace Maurice Schuring are partnering Ralph Bone in the bronze class this weekend, with long-time Herbert driver Bone confident that his Porsche should go well.
I don't think it will be a difficult weekend. It's always different with the rain, but all the drivers here are very experienced and are used to drive in the rain, so I think we will have a good weekend. As a bronze driver, I need my experience every weekend and bring in everything I have and give my very best for the team and hopefully have a good success.
Klaus Ablin has a long history at the Nürburgring, but his greatest moment came last year when his Fricadelli racing team fielded the Ferrari that won the Nürburgring 24 Hours. This weekend, he's back in the cockpit with Felipe Fernandez-Laza and David Perel.
Nürburgring is for me everything, and now we'll keep on doing this. You know, I love this. I've driven the Grand Prix circuit a lot of laps, so know it very well. And yeah, not with the Ferrari, but you know, we try our best to keep up and doing this professional series. The big track, the small track, the GP circus, it means everything.
Well, conditions absolutely fine after a very grubby, grey, wet day yesterday. All set fair for 3 hours of racing. This is the 3rd endurance round. My name is Bruce Jones, and looking ahead to this Fanatec GT Round 3, the Endurance Series, I'm joined by John Watson.
Well, look at that, a gorgeous day here at Nürburgring. You couldn't wish for a better day to go racing, and while the sun's out, fortunately, the ambient temperature is not particularly high. It's a very comfortable 20 Celsius. Track temperature 25. Well, there you can see on screen. And there is the Schloss, which overlooks the Nürburgring, both the North Schleifer, the old original circuit, but now the current circuit. They're about to take part in a 3-hour endurance event, to mandatory pit stops, driver changes, and all the paraphernalia that goes into preparing these cars will be on the grid. And you can see just the number of people. It's just, well, there the drone shot makes it look more acceptable, but just so many members support these cars on the grid to ensure that everything is au point before we begin.
Well, the circuit, an absolute classic, open for 40 years now since they made the Grand Prix circuit. John, you raced on it?
Raced on, yes. I've raced on this, but only in a sort of a celebrity race. But on the North Schleifer, yes, on many occasions. But 17 turns, 5.1 kilometers around, just over 4 miles as well. It's not a particularly difficult circuit, but what is difficult is finding the opportunity and the passing opportunities, because down into turn 1, which is a natural, obvious place to pass, easily defended. And then coming through turns 13 up to the chicane at 15, again, easily defended. So you have to think long and hard about where am I going to try and make an overtake. And I know that the car I'm about to challenge is going to be very defensive. So and the cars that here we're looking at the tail of the field. For those drivers and pairings, it's very difficult, maybe the first half hour of this race, until everything begins to settle down. Those that are at the front, in the first 2-3 rows, they're going to make a break and they get away. But of course, within 12, 15 laps, they'll be on the tail of these cars at the back of the field. So it's a tough race, both for the AMs that are competing in the bronze category and the pros that are competing for overall victory. And never forget, if a pro driver accidentally tags a bronze driver, an amateur, a gentleman, it'll always be the pro that will be at fault.
Amazing drone shots looking down over the cars and the shadows of the mechanics and people running up the grid. The last few cars coming to position. I'm very glad to see that number 57, Winwood Racing Mercedes, is coming out to race, because that was the one that got damaged in the first 3 qualifying sessions this morning.
Yes, there was another car got damaged. That was the 35, Walkenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin. Lorcan Hannafin was behind the wheel, and coming up into the S's, turn 9 and 10, was a little bit too far to the right on his entry into the left-hand part of the chicane, and just caught a damp patch, and the car just didn't turn, went straight off into the tire bales, did a significant amount of damage to the right front. But I've been into the Walkenhorst pits and had a look at the car, and that was an hour or more ago, and it was just about ready to run at that stage. So those engineers, the guys at Walkenhorst Motorsport, turning that car around, great job by the team to get that car back and prepared to be able to take part in the 3-hour endurance event here this afternoon.
50 cars coming out to play. That is them with all their supporting crews around them. We just saw fleetingly, again, fabulous drone shot looking down onto the cars. But the fact we've got shadows cast by every single person down there shows it's a far nicer day than we had yesterday. Friday started in terribly wet conditions. It dried out, then yesterday was mist and rain. But today, sunshine, and it's Patrick Niederhauser who's starting on pole position. You can just see on the left-hand side of the screen the Rover pole position winner position. And it's car number 96. But let's go to the 998 crew and hear from Augusto Farfus, who'll be starting within the top 10.
Augusto, you've been showing some real pace this weekend. It's a beautiful day. What can you do?
Wow, we hope for the very best. I mean, it's going to be a tactical race. Overtake on track here is not so easy. So it's all about trying to manage the tires, optimize the race strategy, execute well pit stop. So we are on the hunt for the championship, so you have to kind of also try to maximize our chance. We are starting P8, not so far from the front. So let's try to maximize the weekend and hopefully be up on the podium.
Now, you're surrounded by pros who I'm sure all want it just as badly as you do. How will you differentiate yourselves from them?
Well, I'm surrounded by probably not, by far the best GT drivers on the planet. So surrounded by the best cars and teams in GT, and this is all done to Stefan, who create an incredible platform, all the SRO people. So we are all here fighting for the same trophy, for the same spot. We have to be clever. We have to try, as I said, to get around turn 1, push, try to save the tires, be opportunistic. It's going to be a close fight.
I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second in the championship, John. It's very tight indeed. But the car that's ahead of him on the grid is the car. Sorry, ahead of him on the grid in 7th is car number 7, which is the one that's leading the championship. It's the Come To You Racing Aston Martin that took victory and all the points that went with it for the Spa 24 Hours, and that's Come To You Racing's car that will be started today. Number 7 will be kicked off by Nicky Tim, sharing that with Marcus Sorensen and Matthias Drudy. But as mentioned, Patrick Niederhauser on pole for the car that went to the top in Q1, stayed in top on aggregate in Q3 as well. So that's the Rutronic Racing Porsche, and their sister car from that team is also top of its class as well, further back down the grid. Well, there's the Drivers' Championship. As you can see, the 3 Aston Martin drivers, Team Sorensen and Drudy on 46 points. We just heard from Augusto Farfus. He's equal second with his teammates Dan Harper and Max Esser, with Alessandro Pierguidi, Alessia Rivera and Davide Rigon third. But they are starting right down in 48th position on the grid.
Yes, they had an incident in qualifying, and basically it would appear it occurred in the pit lane. The Ferrari, the 51 Ferrari, received damage to one issue was the door mirror. It was hanging off, and a damage to the right front of the car wasn't particularly severe. but it precluded the car being permitted to go on track. It was, I think, an unsafe release, but which of the two cars that got involved was responsible, that's for the stewards to determine. But it had a major effect on the 51 Ferrari, and to have to start at the tail of the field, and that's a long day's work for those three drivers, and you know, compounds what happened to them in Spa just over a month ago when they were on course to take victory there. And then, of course, that issue on the entry into the pit lane when another competitor stopped and blocked the entry into the pit lane itself, not the run into the pit lane. So I don't know what they're going to do to get maybe some, I shouldn't say luck, because I hate saying they were unlucky. Things like that have to be controlled, and unfortunately, it was out of the control of the AF Corsa team at that point. And that maybe in some people's eyes was bad luck.
Well, come what may, they didn't get to set a third qualifying time, and therefore they didn't get their aggregate included with the others, and they're starting right down penultimate row of this 50-car field. Up the sharp end, anyone who managed to get their times linked together. We're looking at the car that was good for fourth place. That's the car that will be started by Lucas Auer for Mercedes AMG MAN filter. Very famous race livery. It's called the Mamba livery here in Germany. Been competing here for quite some while. They have to fancy their chances, but for Alessandro Pierguidi et al. Starting that 51 Ferrari, it's at Rivera actually, right near the tail. That would be bad enough in a 24-hour race, but in a 3-hour race on a track where overtaking requires a degree of, well, it's going to require an awful lot of degrees. It's, well, they've just got to keep pressing on and just see if they can get some scraps at the end.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they are a pro car. They will be passing other cars that are driven by bronze drivers. So they have to be aware that they can't dive bomb into turn one or other corners around the racetrack. But at the same time, they will be catching those cars, you know, very quickly indeed, because the natural pace of the 51 Ferrari will be well ahead of those that are the tail of the field. So it's about being careful. And I mean, the top three drivers in Ferrari know exactly the pitfalls that are ahead of them. Yet at the same time, they need to make progress as quickly as possible. If they could get the 51 Ferrari somewhere into the top 30, maybe top 25 before the first round of pit stops, I think that would be a pretty good effort. And then it'll be down to the remaining two drivers to make the best of what would be available to them.
No, precisely so. Very entertaining. Windscreen heat-resisting shield on the number 9. Boots and VDS Mercedes, that's starting at the sharp end of the grid. Philip Ellis brought on. But let's go down to the grid, and one of the stars down there is Luke Hartog, and he's been caught up for an interview. He's leading his class.
Luke, you're starting on the bronze pole with your sister car all the way up at the front. What a great day for Rutronic.
Yeah, it's a really good day for us. Of course, we're very happy as the 97, but also good job to the 96.
Do you feel like you must have a lot of pace then? Is it a Porsche advantage, a team advantage, or are you just the best drivers on the grid at the moment?
Yeah, I think, well, the package has been really good. So far, we couldn't really show because there was a lot of wet weather as well. So I think nobody could really show their potential, but every session we felt very, very good. And then I must say it was also a surprise for us to see that we were this strong. But surely we can do well with this package.
Oh, great surprise, I'm sure. Well, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Well, that car starts on the 8th row. The grid, a good effort indeed. As Luke Hartog is talking about, the sister car, the 96, has been basically plagued with, they couldn't put their finger on the issue. They found it, and they've come here and they've put that car on pole position. So expect to see a strong showing from the sister car, the 96 Rutronic Racing Porsche, starting on pole position. And alongside it is the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, which, you know, Porsche lockout front row of the grid. To some people, that wouldn't be a particular surprise. Coming here to Nürburgring, and the nature of the circuit might be something that says it is a favourable Porsche circuit. But the grid is so close. I mean, you look around it, what will happen in the run down into turn one? It's a rolling start, of course. Everybody will fan out, probably be 5 wide, trying to get into a bottleneck of turn one. Just hope everybody contains themselves and doesn't try to win the race on the opening corner.
Yeah, let's hope not. But so we've had this amazing array of different manufacturers. Okay, we've got 2 Porsches on the front row, but then we've got a Lamborghini, a Mercedes from a Ferrari, an Aston Martin from a BMW, from a, let's complete the top 10, another Mercedes and another Lamborghini. Exactly why the GT World Challenge races are so competitive. A little bit of balanced performance. It gets all the manufacturers interested in the front end.
Just reflecting on what Augusta Farfus highlighted was, look after your tyres as well. And it's always difficult when you're in a group of cars and you're battling to get position, that you can overuse the tyre, and if you overuse the tyre, then you might find that the tyre performance begins to fade away. So that's another element that you have to balance between trying to attack and make an overtaking maneuver, but at the same time not damaging your car, that ultimately you may find yourself falling back through the field again.
It's that balance between risk and caution, and it's a very, very hard one to tread. But at least today the track is wholly dry. Yesterday, in fact, one thing that really stands out for me, John, I must say, is the fact that the Rutronic Porsche and the other Porsche on the front row from Schumacher CLRT looked good in the greasy, wet conditions yesterday and in the dry conditions this morning. So well, that's a real merit.
It was a dry track, essentially, but actually parts of the racetrack have been resurfaced, and you'll notice when we go around, particularly in the drone, you'll see that there are much darker parts of the tarmac. That's the resurfaced part, and that maintained or retained moisture where the other bits were drying out more quickly.
So let's go down for another interview. And Jules Gounon, he'll be up at the front end of the grid. Look out for him, and we'll hear what he has to say right now.
Jules, our reigning champion, you've had a bit of a turbulent start to the year, but starting relatively high up the grid today.
Yeah, well, we had a better quality than usual. We start P5. Even if Paul Ricard was a good race for us, it's not such a good track for us. We finished third. Spa was quite a disappointment, but it's the past. Today it's the present, and we have a good race car. The team did a great effort to put us up there on the grid. So hopefully we can have a clean start and then try to claim the place back to try to win the race here.
Absolutely. All eyes forward to turn one. When you get in the car for your stint, what are you going to do?
Well, I'll try to win the race, so let's see. It's here, Getspin never won a GT World Challenge race, so I hope we can do that this year in endurance, and it will be a great accomplishment for the team. So, yeah, we're going to give it all, as always, and see what we can do.
Best of luck. I'll leave you to stop talking and rest your throat.
Thank you.
Well, Jules Gounon sounds as if he's got a frog in his throat, and clearly got some kind of bug or whatever, which is not letting him have a normal, ebullient voice.
He's actually had that problem. I saw him a few weeks ago in Japan, and he had it then. And he said it's slightly different to a normal throat, but he's someone who likes to talk, so it must be quite frustrating. And I hope it doesn't hurt as he's talking, but good to hear his words. He's in that number 2 Mercedes that's starting 5th, but his teammate Lucas Stoltz will be at the wheel.
The Ford Mustang, and a tribute on the side window to Parnelli Jones, the great American competitor who recently just sadly passed away, and a tribute on the Ford Mustang, a Multimatic prepared car. And Parnelli Jones was a true legend. I mean, an unbelievable race driver. Everything from desert racing to Indy cars to Trans Am. I mean, Bruce, you remember, you're a journalist, going back to the 60s, 70s, 80s, and then, of course, when he ran in Formula One with his own team with Val Malachech. And,
yeah, just an extraordinary character
absolutely.
As well. Rufus Parnelli Jones.
Yeah, Rufus Parnelli Jones.
Moniker, but
tough racer,
yeah.
But an honest and fair racer, which is all you can ask.
Yeah, now we're getting to see the grid starting to clear, and it looks like one of the greatest traffic jams in the world. 50 cars lined up here, 25 rows. But let's go back down to the grid, because we've got Julian Andlauer from the pole starting car. Patrick Niederhauser will be at the wheel, but Julian is with...
Julia, German car, German team, German circuit, brilliant.
It fits pretty well. So far it's been good for us. I mean, the car feels really good. Track conditions are a bit different right now, so hopefully gonna suit our car.
Do you have race pace? Can you win today?
We're gonna see it after a couple of laps, I would say. So hopefully, yes.
Hopefully, indeed. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio, and thank you, Julian Andlauer. So now the grid is starting to clear. So yes, see where we are after 2 laps. But if you're starting the first 2 or 3 rows, you've got to be a little more secure than the people starting in the middle order. Anybody who hasn't got a good qualifying sequence under them today will have paid the price. But John, we're talking tenths of a second, even hundredths of a second between a lot of these front-running cars.
Yes, the first 5 or so rows are very, very evenly matched in overall time across the 3 drivers in qualifying this morning. So it's nothing unusual. We've seen this year in, year out. In fact, some years we had up to 30 cars on the grid covered by just about a second. That we're not quite at that area here right now. In fact, it's probably not a bad thing, because it will enable the field maybe to spread out more quickly and therefore avoid those sort of multi-car congestion charges that you'd be, charges literally and metaphorically, throughout the field.
So it commences, right, the formation lap. 50 cars having to come around line astern behind on this formation lap, get a view of the circuit, but they know it's uniformly dry. It has heated up through the day. What are we up to? Nearly 26 degrees track temperature, just under 20 degrees air temperature.
Yeah, I mean, these are absolutely ideal race conditions for every car, whether it's a Porsche with the engine in the middle back or the front engine, mid-engine cars, and there, Bruce, you've got your grid.
Well, let's go down. Patrick Niederhauser on pole position for Rutronic, another Porsche alongside Arjen Gouven. Then Jordan Pepper's going very well in his Lamborghini for Grasser, and Lucas Auer, top Mercedes racer, in fourth on the grid. Lucas Stoltz, another Mercedes, in fifth. David Vidales has more pressure now, carrying basically the challenge of both of the AF Corsa Ferraris starting sixth. Nicky Team, championship leader, Come To You Racing Aston Martin. Second in the championship is alongside the BMW of Augusto Farfus. Then Philip Ellis has been brought on board for Woutsen VDS this weekend. And Mirko Bortolotti looking for more form from the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Alex Arca, always a feature for the Trezor Attempto Audi team, and Charles Weerts, the outright championship leader at this point of the season, along with his teammate Dries van Toorn. Nick Yaloli will start 13th for Rover Racing, and Benji Goethe, best place of the McLaren drivers, in 14th on the grid. Paul Evrard going great guns in the gold class, leading that for Santalot Racing in his Audi, and Dustin Blattner, the second of those Rutronic Porsches, leads the bronze class. Enrique Chavez, Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, alongside Roy Meuhaus at Boutsen VDS Mercedes. And then we get the second of the McLarens, Miguel Ramos, second in the bronze class, and Chris Remise in the mighty rumbling Ford Proton Mustang there. And then Klaus Bachel, the Austrian racer, always go well. That's unusual to see him down that far. Till Berchtesgaden, third in his Lamborghini for Barwell Motorsport in the bronze class. Then Alfaisal Al-Zubair and Valentino Rossi, a great bike racer extraordinaire, starts 24. Simon Riker, the new team this weekend, East Talent Racing from Austria. And Arjun Maini, a little further back than you'd expect for the House Mercedes team. Then Leonardo Moncini and Ralph Bone, Ralph Racing in the bronze class. And next row, Roman Carton in the CSA Racing Audi, and Darren Lung, who's had some very, very good runs recently for Century Motorsport. Then Sebastian Ogaard, Michael Bonchemin on row number 16. Row 17, Mathies Lismont, young Belgian racer, and Jo Rapanger from the Netherlands. Then Matteo Lagena and Michael Verhagen for Lion Speed. Behind them, Gabriel Rindon and Chris Froggatt, the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari crew. Andrei Mukazov from 39th on the grid. Louis Michiels in the bronze class, leading bronze class, alongside, and then Yannick Mettler, Tim Creswick in one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, Sam DeHaan and Mad Panda Motorsport start 44th and 45th. Then Klaus Abelin of Fricadelli Racing. And coming up to the rear, John de Wilder, Alessio Rivera, look out for car 51 starting almost back at it, Maxime Robin, and with the repaired Winward Racing Mercedes, Tanner Satyan Tirakul, but the Herberth car of Ralph Bone is not where it ought to be, John Watson.
Well, I can't explain what has happened there when the car is well off the racetrack on the grass. And I mean, ordinarily in these conditions, the driver shouldn't have any issues in terms of spinning a car up or spinning a tyre up. So we have to assume that that's something, a mechanical issue, electronic, we don't know. So maybe the car, we're just hearing about maybe slow off its grid slot, and possibly, we don't know, we can't confirm that, but maybe tried to make up the ground that was lost. But anyway, that car is off the racetrack on the grass.
Well, let's just make sure the race can get underway. But I suppose if you want good news, if you're car 51, you've gained one position already. You're now up to 47th from 48. But I'm not being flippant, but that's one of the favourite cars. And this is the second formation lap coming up now.
Yes, I think that's a good ploy to make sure that this race will get underway safely, because that'll give an opportunity for the 91 Porsche to be safely removed. So a second lap for these cars under the control of the safety car. Just the Lamborghini safety car leads the field, just coming across start-finish line directly in front of our commentary position.
And the race has started. We had the first formation lap, we hit 3 o'clock, bang on the nose, and this second formation lap, the drivers are racing. Of course, they cannot overtake. They need to be in their grid formation. Oh, now we've got an Aston Martin diving into the pits, just checking which one of that is. Just see it over the top of the pit wall. Come To You Racing. I don't think it was Nicky Team's car, was it? It should be in about 7th or 8th position.
No, it's not. I'm trying to see the number on the car that was on the Lumi rank on the windscreen.
It's Mathies Lismont, yes. I think. So that would make sense. But why has he come into the pit?
Right front.
Oh, he's got a puncture.
Yeah, he's got a right front. Now, was that a reason, or was that maybe why we saw the 91 Porsche off the racetrack? Clearly, you can see the bodywork, the the front splitter. There's damage to the rim as well as the tyre being flattened. So
okay,
let's see. Oh, look! Oh dear.
Well, presumably there was some contact there.
There's real contact.
Oh, we've got a car sitting sideways in the track.
Yeah, that's the 91 Porsche. It got rotated, and we think it might have been the Matisse, there, the Aston Martin. So that car's going to have to go push back into its garage to effect a repair. The front splitter's still smoke coming from it because it's got superheated, being dragged along the racetrack. But the contact was sufficiently severe to damage the rim, let alone flatten the tyre.
Yeah, well, I don't understand because Matisse Lisbon was 5 positions behind, and I think someone else tipped Ralph Bone around, and then Matisse from a few rows further back, even under formation conditions, then was confronted with the car sideways in the track and had no opportunity to avoid it. That's I'd like to see further replays. In fact, in some ways, I'd rather not see further replays. That's just really, really unfortunate. So, but you have to feel for both parties in there. It hasn't affected the drivers at the front. It's given them another lap behind the formation and behind the safety car. Now their job is to catch up and get into 2x2 positions. Here we are, looking down to the hairpin, not even the halfway point on this 17-turn lap, but conditions absolutely perfect, but already not 1 but 2 fallers.
Well, not a start we had anticipated. I mean, you can understand under a full flat-out charge into turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that incidents are going to occur, but not when you're running behind the safety car. And that's because some are accelerating and some are not, some are on the brakes. And we had an incident this morning, in fact, not like that, but the 90 Panda Motorsport Mercedes was coming up to the chicane behind, I think it was the 777 Almar Racing by Get Speed Mercedes. That was Mikel Grenier behind the wheel. And all of a sudden, Grenier just backed off at the exit, and the 90 Ezequiel Perez compact, literally, I don't know how he missed the back of the 777 Mercedes, but potentially it could have been a major incident, would have damaged severely both cars. I don't know what the outcome was, whether it was referred back to the stewards or not, but both cars in the race and both looking forward to a successful afternoon.
Right, now the field's starting to do what the doctor orders. I'm not talking about Valentino Rossi at that point. I'm talking about the overall doctor of life, and it's to get into 2x2 formation. Here they are coming through the kink at turn 13 and doing what is required. Of course, they then need to go up through the chicane. The safety car will pull clear, and then it's up to Patrick Niederhauser to control the field, to take them around the final corner. They have to be in 2x2 formation. Then they look to the lights on the starting gantry, and only when they go green can they start to accelerate.
So it's a Porsche front row lockout. And then you've got the WRT. That's the wrong way around. They've got the starting grid upside down. It fell on the floor, so let's realign it. So we've got the 2 Porsches, then the 48 Mercedes and the 163 Lamborghini. And watch for Jordan Pepper, because he's going to try and nail that Lamborghini all the way down into turn 1 and split the 2 Porsche.
Look at the lights on the gantry. They're red at the moment. Are they going to be released? Quite a long hold, and then they go. Looks like a good start from the front row from the pole sitter. Good job, but a challenging Jordan Pepper. John has been Nostradamus. He's predicted to have a good start. And then Lucas Stoltz looking very busy, but actually, I tell you what, the Ferrari trying to come into second place. Why not go for the lead? But you surely have clattered into the race. The side-by-side there, that was very, very ambitious from David Vidales, and I think he's got away with it. Has everyone else behind? No, we had cars rotated around as the dust clears.
5 cars.
Oh, dearie me.
4 cars, and there's even more further on. This is the opening lap coming through turns 3, or through 2 into 3, and it's all kicked off in the worst possible manner, literally, in these opening corners. But what is clear is Jordan Pepper has stolen the advantage. And where is Patrick Niederhauser in all this?
He's limping very slowly down between turns 4 and turn 5, so it's been all change at the front. I think he's picked up a contact from the David Vidales car, and then with nobody around him, the Mustang goes for a spin as well. This is an absolutely wild start to this race, and for Patrick Niederhauser, I do really feel, because the number 71 Ferrari came from so far back, overtook about 4 cars going into the first corner. There was contact. There was no way that our pole starter, who made such a clean getaway, John, that Patrick Niederhauser could avoid being hit.
Well, it was always going to be difficult in the front rows, front 2 rows going into turn 1. Jordan Pepper got a great start, but the 71 Ferrari was certainly aspirational in trying to get away with it. Almost did, but just couldn't quite check up the speed of the car. And with Niederhauser just coming back, and the 2 cars inevitably would have had a collision. So it's really split the field wide open, and that Porsche front row lockout is now the best Porsches running in 3rd place.
Well, quite extraordinary. Everybody else has to settle down now. Hope there's no debris out on the track at the first turn with those 5 cars spun or knocked slightly out of shape. There will be some comeback drives, and just as the cars go up towards the final corner of the opening lap, let's have a little look at the start. Patrick Niederhauser clearly in the lead. Then down the inside comes the red and yellow Ferrari. Just no way he was going to get his braking done. And then the trouble started about 20th position. The McLaren got tipped around. A few other cars went in sympathy. And the remaining 30 cars still had to find somewhere to go. Not easy at the first turn.
No, I mean, a real mess. That's what you tend to get in the mid-pack. And, you know, McLaren trying to sort itself out, all the rest of the field. And that the 71 Ferrari came down. That tagged the rear of the Porsche. There you can see it limping its way back. The tyre totally shredded. And all Patrick Niederhauser can do is come back as slowly as possible before that tyre might detach from the rim, what's left of the tyre. But in the meantime, Jordan Pepper's got just almost a full second of an advantage over Lucas Auer in the Mercedes in second place. And then we've got the first of the Porsche, Nigel Guyvan, and then David Vidalis, the driver who kicked off certainly the issue in turn 1 of that lead group of cars.
He certainly did. And by the way, up from 48th to 33rd positions, 15 places gained by Alessio Rivera in the sister AF Corsa Ferrari. While all the shenanigans was going on up ahead, he got his head down, kept out of trouble. Not everybody managed to do so, but Jordan Pepper, who's looked strong all weekend, he's sitting on an advantage. He can't have imagined starting third on the grid. He'd be nearly a second clear going down around the second lap. Second place, Lucas Auer. Look, he's having a really good mid-season here in the summer. Hanschen Guven from the outside the front row, kept out of trouble, and only now do we get our pole sitter limp into the pit lane. Disaster.
Well, I mean, just a terrible, I mean, all the hard yards they put in through qualifying this morning, and they found the pace in the car that they've been missing throughout the season so far. And then just to have that contact, I mean, avoidable contact. Now, it's the left rear that got either flattened or whichever, but it was the right rear, I thought, or the right rear quarter of this car that appeared to be the corner that the Ferrari actually hit.
Okay, interesting. Just not what we were thinking, but Jordan Pepper starting to make good his escape in the Grasser Lamborghini. The man filter, Mercedes in second place, looking comfortable. A bit more chasing and racing. Let's take a look. Here is the first corner of the race, and it's from the left of the screen, bam, into the front right-hand corner, and then push the Rutronic Porsche into the nose of...
And that's the reason why the Porsche's left rear tyre was cut down. I mean, the 48 Mercedes was just holding its own ground. And look, go around the outside. What's going Jordan Pepper?
This is where Lucas Stoltz, who had been clattered into, well, knocked into by Niederhauser, then he just got slightly delayed, then pivoted around, and then we saw him limping back rather slowly.
And one of the cars involved was the 998 Rover Racing BMW as well. That was one of the cars rotating on the grass, so we have to look down and see where that car has...
Oh, down in 25th position. Yeah. So there we heard from Augusto Farfus on the grid talking about keeping things cool and calm and seeing where the race goes. Unfortunately, got a little bit too frenetic on the opening lap. Who else is making moves up the order? Car number 32.
Charles
Wietz. He's the overall leader. You look at the combination of the Fanatec GT Sprint and Fanatec GT Endurance combinations in Europe. And so there hasn't been a good weekend for them so far, but he's gained a few positions. He's up into the points.
The 51 Ferrari, the car that didn't get to qualify. And you can see on board from Chris Froggatt's Sky Tempesta Ferrari, this is the exit out of turn 8 into this very quick and tricky left, right, up through the chicane. And then you will catch your breath for about a second and a bit, and then you're hard on the brakes into turn 11.
First three cars cannot believe their fortune, because to be under no pressure at all, and Jordan Pepper is really pushing. He's only 1.8 seconds clear. Looks like that's stretching with every lap, making good his escape, but he's looked good in greasy conditions, in dry conditions. And right now, the car that was knocked into on the opening lap, one of the cars, that's Lucas Auer, is, what's the gap? 1.9 seconds, so it's going out. But the first three cars, Hanschen Guven, another 1.6 seconds back in third place. They've got a little bit of a buffer back to David Vidalis in fourth place, which is another 2 seconds down.
Yeah,
it's a great aerial shot there. John shows their location.
The drone looking down on turns 1 and getting 2, and then back through 3. But the top 3 cars are just about beginning to break away from the pursuing Ferrari in 4th position. And I mean, Jordan Pepper was always going to have an opportunity. He didn't anticipate it coming in the manner it came, but he, look, I'll take it as it is, I'll read it as I see it, and I'll take the best opportunities. And he's now got the benefit running on his own in clear air, no aero wash affecting his car. Nobody to worry about. He's pulling away from second place Lucas Auer, where the gap's up to just under 2 seconds coming down into turn 8. And Lucas Auer not really able to get on terms with the pace of the grass racing Lamborghini.
And you do wonder how many cars are running slightly suboptimal setups. And the one I'm thinking of is car number 2, the Mercedes, diving down with Lucas Stoltz on the wheel onto the tail of that McLaren of Benji Goethe at the hairpin, because that was given a couple of clatters on the opening lap, went for a ride across the grass between turns 2 and 3, is still in the hunt, but unusual to have the first 3 cars spaced out the way they are. Behind them is then nose to tail the whole way down the order. I just want to point out that up to 26th position already is Alessio Rivera. He started 48th. That's been a phenomenal first 3 laps of racing.
Yeah, I mean, some of it, in fairness, has been opportunist because of the circumstances, the incidents around the opening lap. But the fact is that Rivera has kept his nose clean. He's been able to avoid all around him who were spinning here, spinning there, wherever. So he has managed to make good progress. But as he progresses up through the field, it's going to become more and more difficult. It's 21. Aston Martin makes its way back out. That's the Come To You racing car of
Matisse Lismont.
Yes, Matisse Lismont. We saw that car in the pits. That was the one that had the damage to the front splitter.
It then had
just returning now.
Yeah, and another car that went in and out of the pits was Andrei Mukazov, the 66 Audi from Trezor Tempto Racing. First to second has come down. Lucas Auer is now starting to get his head down. He's down to 1.5 seconds in arrears. Just set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 56.1. That's good at this stage. Full heavy fuel load as well.
Well, I mean, didn't expect that, but all I can suggest is that now the pace that Jordan Pepper's been running at, which was a very quick pace, his fastest race lap was with Jordan Pepper, now it's with Lucas Auer. In the 1 minute 56, the low 1 minute 56, maybe Jordan Pepper just pushed his sets of Pirelli tires fractionally harder than maybe that of Lucas Auer, and that's the reason why Lucas Auer is coming back at the lead Lamborghini, unless there's a little error on the hands of Jordan Pepper we didn't see. But if the gap has come down by virtually 0.4 of a second in 1 lap, that's a big chunk of time.
Absolutely so. Right, various incidents are under investigation. Oh dear, we've got deep and beyond. I'm just trying to work it. It's the number 21, it's Matisse Lismont, so this is not a race for the young Belgian to remember fondly. He's under investigation for the clatter with Ralph Bohn on the formation lap, and now running too deep, trying to make up ground, no doubt, down into the hairpin. Does recover, but any ground he made up has been lost.
So let's have an eye on what Lucas Auer is doing. It took actually about just under 0.4 of a second out of the lead Lamborghini, so we're waiting for the cars to come across the start-finish line to complete lap 6. And to see whether that 1.5 second differential first to second is either sticking. And here we go. Well, you can just imagine what the feelings are in the Rotronic team's pits. And that's a disaster, and I hate to say disaster. The car is back in the pits. Patrick Niederhauser is out of the car, and that looks to me as if it's the first actual racing retirement. I hope it's not, but I suspect sadly it is.
And you do feel, because every single session they had looked very, very good. Gap coming down at the top still, it's down to 1.2 seconds. But Ken, if I can just cut back to Rotronic Racing, good in all conditions. It's got away cleanly from pole position. You'd have thought the job was done, but then treated as a ball in a snooker table, bounced around and hit from by one car into another. Really, really unfortunate that the damage took them out.
It did indeed, and it affected quite a number of cars. I think about 7 or 8 cars in total on this opening lap. One way or another were tagged.
Just having a little report from the pit lane, we saw Matisse Lismont. That was the car that got damaged with the contact on the formation lap to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche that put it off. We saw front corner damage, but apparently there's 8 ABS problems. That could explain why he didn't get the braking done down into the hairpin. If your car's not braking, you're going straight on, so he did well to keep it out of the gravel there.
Yeah, I mean, that ABS is fitted standard to all these cars. It is adjustable from within the cockpit, but if it malfunctions, then essentially you're going to be a bit of a passenger. So the gap now is down just at this point in the circuit to just fractionally over a second. There was 1.2 coming across the start-finish line as they went on to the 7th lap. There you can see the race leader, and he's catching up to the tail of the field already. And Lucas Auer is beginning to get the sniff of the vapor from the exhaust pipes and saying, "What's that? I smell Lamborghini. I smell Lamborghini.
I smell success." but he's going to have to fight because Jordan Pepper's been around the block a few times. I think the car they're going to catch is Andrei Mukazov's attempt. Yes, it's the Attempto Racing Audi that had served a pit stop for something to be attended to. Hopefully he's looking in his mirrors because he can let the first two cars go through. Is he going to let them into the first corner or not? Jordan Pepper's not quite sure. And he does stay out of the way.
Well, I think Lucas Auer has closed on that last lap, and because of Jordan Pepper not being sure whether the Audi was going to give ground, now of course Lucas Auer's got to go the long way around the outside in turn 2 and then get himself back into position, and that would have cost Lucas Auer a few tenths of a second. So the gap between lead car, second place car, probably back up to 7 or 8 tenths of a second, just simply by getting around a car that's already been put 1 lap down. We're only on lap 8 of this 3-hour event.
And for Andrei Mukazov, the driver who just let them through, he's going to have a whole host of cars coming past him in the next half dozen laps. He's going to have to be very, very busy keeping an eye on his mirrors. And Mathieu Lismont comes back into the pits for a third visit. And suddenly another Aston Martin's coming from behind as well from the Come To You Racing team.
Oh, what a difficult day they're having. The lead Aston Martin is in 5th place, by the way, but Nicky Team in the number 007, so that's...
Yeah, discount that one. Yeah. It's John de Vilder who's come in, the number 11 car. So 2 of the 3 Come To You Racing Aston Martins. New advantages for this year, not having the form they'd want and the fortune here. Right, first to second, it's down to 0.8 of a second. It looks like it's another 10th down on that as Lucas Auer gives chase in that bright yellow Mercedes going down the slope towards the tail of Jordan Pepper. Jordan Pepper, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, still sitting in front. Fastest lap of the race, though, still in possession of the yellow and green Mamba liveried Mercedes in second place.
So Lucas Auer closes under brakes. And then the short sprint, bit of bodywork on the track, not on the racing line, fortunately, up to the final turn, turn 17. So the gap between these two cars, 1 lap down, was 0.8 of a second. It'll probably be fractionally less than that come across the line now. So waiting for timing and scoring to update 0.6 tenths of a second. So he's taken a tenth and a bit of a second out of the advantage. But more crucially for Lucas Auer, and probably more stressful for Jordan Pepper, is they've got relatively clear air until they then catch up to the next car in the chain that's going to get a lap down.
Yeah, no, exactly so. But just taking a look at the form. I'm just going to run down the classes. Leading the silver classes, Roy Mejohas, Boots and VDS Mercedes in 14th place overall. Leading the bronze, leading the gold classes, Michele Beretta, who's immediately behind him, half a second behind him. But Beretta is in the number 77 Hout Racing Team Mercedes, and leading the bronze classes, Dustin Blattner, the Porsche from Rutronic Racing. It started on class pole, so at least Rutronic have a little bit of something to give them a bit of cheer, but the unfortunate circumstance with their race leader, their pole sitter Patrick Niederhauser, being clattered and effectively punctured out of the race in the opening lap will still be smarting for them.
Charles Vett's just going out of shot there in the 32 WRT BMW down the inside from Matteo Drudi, but that was a late shot down there. It's not Nicky Team, I beg your pardon. So he's made a pretty good move right on the rear of the Ferrari David Vinales in the 71A of Corsa. So that was a move that probably slightly caught Philibellis unawares, but nevertheless, with the Nicky Team, it's 100% commitment at every part of a lap, of a race, whatever.
I'm quite surprised that Ayhancan Guven is about 3 and a bit seconds off that lead battle, because he looked really good for Schumacher CLRT in their black Porsche all meeting, but maybe a little bit of caution, maybe there was a little bit of contact in the opening sort out. He's just gone through the front of the shot. Here is 4th and 5th. David Vidales trying to keep Nicky Team behind him. Ferrari from Aston Martin, those are names from across the eras, across the decades in sports car racing, and it's great to see them. But out front, it's Lamborghini from Mercedes. It's Jordan Pepper by under half a second now.
Yes.
Whoa.
So you're now getting into the area where Lucas Auer is going to find it increasingly difficult, unless Jordan Pepper makes an error or they come across cars that they're about to lap, because the aero wash coming from the rear of the Lamborghini starts to have an effect on the front aerodynamics on the Mercedes-AMG GT3. But the pace that Lucas Auer has had really since about lap 4 or 5 has been greater than that of the lead Lamborghini. The question is, did Jordan Pepper push a little bit hard too soon on those tires, or was maybe a little bit more conservative start from Lucas Auer? Now he's up to race pace.
Well, let's go down to Hear from Patrick Niederhauser. He started on pole position. He was taken out. Let's hear what he thought of the incident.
Patrick, how did you see that incident from your perspective?
Well, I didn't really see anything. I just felt a big hit on my right side from a red Ferrari. I had a good getaway from the line, and saw that the cars around me, they wouldn't be in immediate danger to try something. So thought having everything under control into turn one. I also know the guys around me. They are all professional drivers. But yeah, all of a sudden there came a red Ferrari out of nowhere, T-boning me in turn one. I'm devastated.
We all really feel for you. Hopefully the car's all right. Thank you for speaking to us.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Niederhauser, he knows the Ferrari tagged him, but what he probably doesn't realise, I mean, you'll see it on the replay, was when they get whacked on, it's nearly on the mid of the front, it pushed the Porsche to the left, just exactly where the 48 Mercedes was about to turn or exit turn one. And it was that contact with the left rear tire of the Rotronic Porsche that cut the tire down. But look at the gap between first and second. Well, it's 3 and a bit tenths of a second. So certainly Lucas R has got the pace. He's displayed that over the last 6 laps now. Jordan Pepper is consolidating his advantage in the lead, but he isn't able to match the pace of the Mercedes. And it'll be a matter of maybe of when rather than if Lucas R does find a clear overtaking maneuver. It'll be a tough pass. He might decide maybe, well, let's wait and see. We've got, 32 hours, 37 minutes remaining. So was he going to hang out until the pit stops, or will he push and push and push Jordan Pepper to the point where the Lamborghini then just hasn't got any pace left?
Well, there's clear track ahead of them, so he can't use any other traffic. We'll have to wait and see. Just want to pick up on one thing, John, that cars number 998 and 2 are under investigation for a moment at turn 3 on the opening lap, and that was Augusto Farfus in the 998 Rover BMW and Lucas Stoltz, who ended up on the grass in the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes.
Yeah, we saw Augusto Farfus on the inside of turn 2 spinning on the grass, and again reflect back to what Augusto Farfus said in his interview with Antonio Rankin on the grid. And everything is well intended and well meaning, but when you get into a race, I'm not suggesting it was the fault of one or other driver. The fact is that they both got involved, and the consequence was that Augusto Farfus in particular, who was looking forward to a very successful afternoon, is now having to fight his way back up through the field, and it's going to be a longer afternoon than he anticipated.
Yeah, and Farfus started today's race in 7th place on the grid, but 2nd in the championship. 1 place ahead of him on the grid was Nicky Team's Aston Martin. That has the championship lead, but that is also in 5th, whereas he's ended up down in 19th, well, was 20th, has just gained a position over Simon Riker to move up into 19th. So it's very much advantage to the championship leaders. But right now, this battle for the lead, I just wondered, was, looking at the pace, the fastest lap of the race so far, set by Lucas Auer in the Mercedes in 2nd place, he clearly had no damage at all from that contact that took out the Rotronic Porsche that was knocked into him.
No, it just depends. It's like any motorway accident. You can be hit from the rear, and your car actually suffers quite little damage, but the car that actually hit you is the one that has the major damage. So no damage to the 48 Mercedes Lucas Auer behind the wheel, and it's quite simply, there's nothing that he could do about the 96 Porsche, the Rotronic entry. It was just literally bumped from the sort of door on the right-hand side, the offside of the car, and stepped to the left. And so the contact to the 48 Mercedes was of negligible damage, but significant damage, and ultimately led to the retirement of the 96.
Again, great to chase these battles. The high-up shots really adding something, but Rotronic Porsche that's still going is the one that's leading the bronze class. There we are. That's Dustin Blattner, American racer. He is in 22nd position. Alessio Rivera has just gone past him. Of course, they're not in the same effective race. That red and yellow Ferrari that might have expected to start on the first 3 rows of the grid had that problem with contact during qualifying. Didn't get out to set a final time, therefore didn't get an aggregate. Started 48th, and just double checking another place gain. Alessio Rivera up to 21st, doing what he has to do.
Yeah, and I suggested before the race got underway, if they could get that car into the mid-20s, 25th or something like that, they would be doing extremely well. We're not quite halfway through this first 1 hour stint, and he's already exceeded that, and he's probably going to continue making further progress, because that is a fast car, and you've got 3 fast pro drivers going to step into it, 1 in and 2 to follow. So I suspect Alessio Rivera could find himself very comfortably in the mid-teens before he hands that car over.
Well, you just got to do what you can do. Again, drivers mounting the chicane, pushing hard. This is Mercedes number 10 going very well. That's the silver class leader. And behind Arjun Maini is just tucked in behind on the track. He's the gold class leader. So 2 Mercedes, different classes. The one with the orange flashes is the one leading the Silver Cup class in 14th overall and 15th overall. There we are with the Merbag sponsorship. That's Arjun Maini pushing very, very hard indeed.
So I suppose you might say things are beginning to settle down.
Yes.
There's a lot of racing taking place in that cars close to one another, nose to tail. And there's the 46. So that again, trying to carve its way up through the field. That car currently is in 27th place, Valentino Rossi behind the wheel, and it didn't have the best qualifying for today's race, but again, just looking to make progress slowly, keep out of trouble. When you hand the car over, you've got Maxime Martin and not Valentino Rossi, he's behind the wheel, Raffaele Marcello. So 2 really strong and fast co-partners, co-drivers for the 46.
Yeah, and the car tucked in behind is Klaus Bachler, running the Pure Racing number 911 Porsche. So he's a driver who normally goes very well, but that was another car that started much further down the pack than would normally have been the case. And that's running in the pro class as well. So surprising to find them down here. They've just got to keep it clean, keep it tidy, keep progressing. We'll get to the pit stops when we approach the hour. More contact under investigation down at turn 4. That's the exit of the first corner complex. Cars 52 and 72 being under investigation for that. 52 is the AF Corsa bronze class championship leading Ferrari with Louis Michiels at the wheel, and 72 is one of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghinis. That's one started by Gabriel Rindone, car number 72. So again, I don't have an outcome to that, just the fact that's being investigated.
So there is the Rover Racing BMW, and it's making its way. So a little bit further down the field than, again, you'd expect that car to be in the 63, Mirko Bortolotti. Well, I say that's Nick Yellowly, so he's in 7th place and he's got Mirko Bortolotti directly behind him. So it's not actually much further down than we thought. But Mirko Bortolotti in his Lamborghini looking to be very keen to get on terms with Nick Yellowly in the Rover Racing BMW. And we certainly know that Mirko Bortolotti is a 100% racer.
Yeah, well, I just think we've had a place change that hasn't favoured Nicky Team. I was just looking in shot. I think maybe Philip Ellis has got ahead in the number 9 Mercedes. It needs another checkpoint to check on that one. This is the view looking back at the number 2 Mercedes running a little bit wide, and that's being seen through the rear wing of Benji Goether's McLaren. Fantastic shot. And again, John, you always see how much the wings move around and vibrate at various points onto the circuit.
But just like when you take a long-haul flight or a short-haul flight, look at the wings in an aircraft.
Okay, my slight confusion was the number 2. Yeah, exactly, the number 12. I was looking for the number 7 Aston Martin, same race livery, but Matisse Lismon, the troubled number 21 car, keeping out of their way.
He's doing his best because there's a group of cars coming. He's so far behind. Now, I don't know how many laps he might have lost, but certainly he's doing his best to keep out of the way of a group of cars all coming and battling. So there is Mirko Bortolotti directly ahead of him, Nick Yellowly. So that's a little battle that's probably about to get a little bit more interactive.
Yeah, and in fact, with all the delays, Matisse Lismont has handed over the 21 Aston Martin to British racer Charles Clark. So he thought, you can go out and see what you can do. But maybe it's almost become a test run for them at this point, because they have lost 3 laps on the opposition.
Well, I think
no, more than that. What am I talking
laps.
about? 11 laps. Yeah, the last pit stop was more than 10 minutes.
So they had to do a lot of work on the car because of the initial issue that brought it in. So it's just going to go out and run till the end, and it's probably its position is unlikely to change because the next car up is the Aston Martin, the sister Aston Martin. It's some 4 laps ahead.
In shot now up into 18th position goes Augusto Farfus, now into 17th position because in his comeback drive in the Rover Racing number 998 BMW, he just picked off the white and black Al-Manar Racing 777 of Al-Faisal Al-Zubar. So up to 17th he goes. All he can do is keep chipping away In the background of the shot, you can see the red and yellow Ferrari of the driver who started 48th, Alessio Rivera. He's up to 20th position now, trying to catch the tail of this group. So we've got some top drivers trying to pick their way up the order, not make mistakes. Up front, though, Jordan Pepper settled down now. He's stretched the advantage. He took us back to 0.8 of a second. He went down to, what, about a quarter of a second with the yellow and green Mercedes closing in. Maybe a bit of traffic. They did have to pick off some of the back markers there who'd had problems, came out in front of them on the track. But now, you know, there was a question mark, John, who pushed their tyres harder in the opening stint of this race, the opening part of the opening stint of this race. But right now it's settled down in favour of the Lamborghini driver, Jordan Pepper, who started third, looked to have made a good start, but then somehow managed to steer clear of all the nonsense down at the first corner of the opening lap.
So across the line to complete lap 14. So the gap this time, where do you see? Well, it's actually extended by a tenth of a second. So that maybe Lucas Auer is now the driver that's beginning to suffer from a little bit of loss of grip, and you know, the fact that Jordan Pepper didn't overreact and respond. So looking at the top speeds, by the way, fastest overall. Oh, the Ford Mustang, 250 kilometers per hour. Then Augusto Farfus and the BMW, Charles Weerts and the BMW Rivera and the Ferrari within a kilometer per hour. But I love the Mustang. I love that roar of that 180-degree Ford V8, the crankshaft designed to operate at high RPM.
Designed also to sound absolutely fabulous. He's down, Christopher Mies is the driver of that car. It's down in 32nd position overall. Now, Ayhancan Guven pushing on, still in third place, not troubled behind. He's got 6.5 seconds clear of David Vidale's Ferrari. He's not able to keep up with the cars in front, though.
No, but he's actually in a pretty nice position. He's not able to challenge the two lead cars, but he's able to keep a gap. In fact, he's extending the gap to this 71 Ferrari. And there's the 71 Ferrari that's getting the attention of Nicky Thiem. Now, again, that gap has sort of widened slightly. Was closing, so Nicky Thiem maybe got the best out of the Aston Martin. We're just coming up to the second half hour of this opening hour. So Viñales is getting a little bit of clear air, and running directly behind Nicky Thiem is Philip Ellis in the number 9 Mercedes. So I suspect that it will not be long before Philip Ellis in the Boots and VDS Mercedes is going to be on the rear of the Aston Martin. Then Nicky Thiem's focus is now going to be, or will be, more backwards than looking to the back of Viñales' Ferrari.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Have to wait and see. It's been, you know, we're only talking a tenth of a second here or there, and some laps Philip Ellis closes in a little bit, other laps Nicky Thiem just stretches out again. And actually, I reckon when you get into clear air with no other traffic to overtake them, Nicky still has a little bit more of an advantage in his Aston Martin. What's the gap between them as they cross the finish line? Really not a whole lot. It's 1.2 seconds from Nicky Thiem back to Philip Ellis.
Then this group of 5 cars, I think there's a 5th car, maybe it's only the 4, Nick Yellerly, Mirko Bortolotti, Alex Arca, and then Charles Weerts in the second of the BMWs in the top 10, but it's this Rover Racing BMW in 8th position that leads the Munich charge presently. But listen, we're only halfway through the opening stint. We've got another 2.5 or so hours, 2 hours 25 to be precise, of this endurance race, and 2 pit stops. We know how many races in the past in endurance racing have been won and lost in that pit stop.
Okay, one of the glories here, we're looking at a fantastic battle, John, between a BMW and a Lamborghini. A Porsche tucked in behind, a BMW behind that. But up front, we've got Lamborghini from Mercedes, from Porsche, from Ferrari, from Aston Martin. This is why this is such a global championship. This is the European Series. This, more to the point, is the endurance round, one of the 3 Enduros of this year. And we've still got this amazing mix of cars duking it out at the front.
But it is an endurance round, but I've sort of got to the stage where I think, well, let's call it a 3-hour sprint race, because in effect what we're seeing in endurance racing, there's a little bit of a battle going on here. One of the 78 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, that was a great run, by the way, this morning from Sandy Mitchell. Did an outstanding job, saw a clear racetrack and fully optimized it. So the 78 Barwell Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's Till Bechtelsheimer with Darren Lung in the Century Motorsport BMW right hard on his tail, and immediately behind them Michael Verhagen and Tanart Sathyan-Sirikul. And Tanart, of course, was the driver who had a rather battered Mercedes. They got it fixed, got it out. His front left corner should be slightly different colour to the one it is, but the spare part was put in place. So at least he's had a bit of bounce back, because so disappointing to pick up damage in qualifying.
So the gap front to second is now back up to fractions over a second. So that's on. I didn't anticipate that. I thought if one of the two cars was going to find a tire matter, which is fundamentally what I'm assuming it is, then it would have been more the Lambo than the Mercedes, because we know that in the Mercedes the balance of that car is such a well-sorted machine. There's the view from the Lamborghini. That's a new camera angle, and you can see just how much vibrations there are in a race car, and a lot of it's wind affected. The rear wing not flexing around as much as you might see other appendages on race cars. Nevertheless, it's a great view, and you get that three-quarter angle looking back, and that's the view a driver will have if he uses his mirrors. So David, Bruce, use your mirrors. Where have you heard that?
I can't possibly comment. Right, here we go though. Interesting thing on the last lap, that Lucas Auer closed in very slightly, but he actually set the fastest first sector time of anybody in this race. So suddenly they're very close. They're very quick laps, which they set fairly early in this race.
Look, there's the shadow of the drone on the racetrack. It's racing the Lamborghini. Who's going to win?
It's up to second. Come on, come on. So fantastic shots. It just makes these cars look dynamic when they're standing still, but this chase is fantastic.
Ooh, the drone's a bit wide in turn 3. Can he get it back, or is he going? Track limit of use for the drone. Penalty.
Well, Darren Lung, we saw the shot. He was absolutely four square on the track in the 991 Century Motorsport BMW. But again, it adds many more layers to the coverage. The camera angles make such a difference. The Lion Speed Porsche's looking quite busy behind Darren Lung as well. That's got Michael Verhagen in, and then he's being pushed by the 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes. Down the slope they go. Just have a little scurry through the class as if, well, our race lead is coming down. It was over a second, half a second, very nearly gained on that lap by the chasing Lucas Auer. Let's forget the classes for a second and enjoy this lead battle.
Yeah, I mean, it was around a second a lap ago. Now it's back down to just under 7/10 of a second. So there you can see in the lap 18, lap 17, a third of a second, a quarter of a second. So he's pulled back a shed load of time. But why? What was the reason for dropping back? Now, one reason possibly, if you're running close to the car directly in front of you, albeit it's not a sort of a stonkingly hot day here at Nürburgring, but it just might be there's not enough cooling air getting into the radiators, so therefore water temperature, oil temperature might just be pegging at a point where Lucas Auer felt it was better to fall back. Look how close he gets in down at turn 8. I mean, almost into the rear of the Lamborghini. So maybe he was getting little tripped messages on the onboard screen, the computers that these cars are virtually controlled by, saying you're at a point where your water temperature, you've got to stop, slow down a little bit, let us get it back into the optimum operating range. Just a thought.
Just a thought, but the thought that keeps crossing my mind is these lead two cars, the leading Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper, the chasing Mercedes of Lucas Auer, with every lap, they're dropping every other car yet further behind. So when it comes to their pit stops, they're going to have quite a tiny advantage. They're 6 seconds clear of Ayhancan Guven, who in turn is 7 seconds clear. So back to 5th place. The car in 5th place is 15 seconds down on the race leader for Nicky Tim. Those are big margins in a race like this.
Big numbers, you got it. So these two lead cars, now who will be the first of the two lead cars to break ranks and decide I'm going to make an early pit stop? So this is where the teams earn their money, because they're going to be doing the calculations and working out which point is it going to be beneficial for us to bring either of these two cars in, because it's not where they come in, it's where they will rejoin, and they can calculate approximately, in fact more than approximately, that if we bring the car in that 10-minute window at the earliest opportunity, it gives us the best opportunity when we rejoin the track, because it might be clear air.
Gives them options of what you need in a championship as competitive as this. The cars are balanced to have equal performance on an average lap. Different points on the lap there. The various manufacturers have their different areas of expertise and advantage, but all balanced. Let's take a look at the latest graphic lap times. Well, you can still see it's Lucas Auer, 1 minute 56.131. Second fastest has been for quite a while Alessio Rivera, as he works his way up the order. Rivera up to, What's he up to now? 19th place. He's been chipping away. His next target in that 51 Ferrari, right on his nose, is Al Faisal Al Zubar. Then he's got a whole group of traffic.
So there is the 998, Augusta Farfus, who got involved in a contact on the opening lap in turn 2. We saw him on the grass. And I'll not mention Bob Marley in the same sentence, but anyway. So he got on the grass and rotated, and on he goes.
Well, here's a chart with the progress for the Ferrari, up 29 positions. Just wait, you see that on the screen. Quite phenomenal. And it's so easy to make a mistake. Up to 19th place. Next car is the one he's got to pick off next, as you'd suggest. But it's been metronomic.
Well, he's got
so difficult for him. I was looking for the 7-7, so he's got Paul Everard, who's where is Paul? Paul is second in the gold class.
And it's going to get more and more difficult for Rivera as we get into this, 18 minutes of this opening session, opening hour. So the Ferrari, you can see clearly running very, very quickly. Second fastest race lap of the race to date for Alessandro Rivera. So closing down onto the tail of Paul Everard in the Audi. So will he be able to maintain that momentum and swoop by, or is he going to have to start getting a bit more aggressive?
You know, but the thing that really gets me, only about 3, just coming out of the shot, is a driver who's second in the championship, who had problems in the early stage race, Augusto Farfus. To know that a rival has come from nearly 30 positions further down, well, no, 40 positions further down the grid, to get almost onto your tail within 3 seconds, having done 29 overtaking manoeuvres, 30 overtaking manoeuvres. Now we're getting ready for the dive to the pit lane. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be David Vidales coming in, or Rivera first?
Well, look at that, a clean overtake. Rivera, Paul Everard, he didn't even bother challenging. He saw the pace the Ferrari had. The team would be able to tell him that the Ferrari is the second quickest car. It has been the second quickest car, maybe even the quickest car right now, I don't know, but I suspect its pace is certainly that of the 2 lead cars. So a good overtake and a clean, fair pass. Paul Everard just, as I say, didn't challenge Rivera and let him go. So that's sensible driving when you're racing in different categories.
Yeah, it sounds like you really need some good instruction from the pit wall, and particularly may well be that AF course has popped down and said, right, we are coming through, do sort of be aware that we're coming. But these teams are all pro in their approach, and that's another position gained. Second fastest lap of the race, quite remarkable by Alessio Rivera. And his teammates, they will just have to be very grateful. That's Davide Rigon and Alessandro Pierguidi. They've had their misfortunes this year, but to retrieve any points in this, to get into the top 10 in their class, would be something rather special.
Just watch the Ferrari, the car's body language. I mean, it is just genuinely, you have to say, pure race car. The car looks great, first of all. It just also, watching it, the way it makes its way around the circuit, the way it enters a corner, leaves a corner, just does everything a race driver wants a race car to do.
Yeah, the sister car number 71, still lapping in 4th place with David Vidales. The race leader is still Jordan Pepper. Here he is in the 163 Lamborghini, and having been closed down on, he now has had a better lap or two and has opened it out to over a second. His margin in the lead of the race. Daniel Morad sitting in the pit garage. His car's running second at the moment, the Canadian. It looks like he may be the 3rd driver in that cycle, because pit stops are going to start coming in about 15 minutes. Unfortunately for the 66 Trazer Attempto Racing team, they're making their 2nd pit stop now, so neither of those would have been scheduled for them. So Andrei Mukazov really losing ground in the pits.
So let's have a look and see if we can determine if there's any progress or any issues on board the Mercedes. I mean, it all looks metronomic. Lucas Hauer doing a sterling job as ever. But the gap was down at one point to 0.3 of a second, then it went back up to a second, then back down to just around about half a second. Now it's gone back up to that second. So it's a seesaw, and it's rather hard to understand, other than, as I maybe was speculating, it's a temperature-related issue that is causing Lucas Hauer to have to fall back, and then he can make a charge again.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place is Mirko Bortolotti. And let's take a look at the speeds at this turn. Turn 9, the Schumacher S. Fastest car through is Jordan Pepper. He's the race leader. 2nd fastest is Ayhancan Guven, who's running 3rd. But that's a really good advantage, 2 kilometers an hour for our race leader, Jordan Pepper.
Interesting, Rivera is the car that's on the charge. It's only 5th quickest through that section of circuit. And you would expect that the Ferrari would be quick through all these twisty parts. So there is Nick Yellerly and Mirko Bortolotti. He's not really caught any more ground than we've seen, you know, some few laps ago. And that is the lead BMW, currently in 7th place overall. Battle for 7th place on screen. Bertolotti chasing the BMW, and the BMW managing to manage the Lamborghini.
Right, here's the big news of the last 2 minutes just on screen. Incident between car 71, that is the car in 4th place, David Vidales, and 96, our pole starting Rutronic Porsche, now under investigation. That was the opening lap of the race, and that was what led to the retirement of the pole starting car that looked as though it had done everything right. We heard from Patrick Niederhauser saying the people immediately around me, I knew where I was relative to them, I was safe, and then suddenly I was hit by something yellow and red.
I mean, effectively it was a non-guided red missile coming down the inside. He was tight against the side of the racetrack. He couldn't really slow the car down enough, and it meant that he overran, and that's where the initial side swipe of the 96 Porsche, which then
to car 71 for causing a collision in turn 1.
Well, there's a very, very swift response. They put it under investigation, and there is the message coming through. The car in 4th place, the assailant, if you will, car 71, will be serving a drive-through penalty, so they can wave goodbye to 4th place. That's going to drop them way, way down the order, but it's of no consequence at all, or no sort of reparation for the Rutronic crew, because they were taken out of the race. At least the 71 will be able to continue in this race and maybe even pick up some points.
Rivera has gotten clear of, there's the confirmation, 71 causing a collision, a drive-through penalty, and that's, you know, that's a severe penalty in terms of the time lost to enter the pit lane at the entry into turn 17 and then come into the pit lane all the way down to 50 kilometers per hour, and you can't serve a drive-through at the same time as make a driver pit stop. Ferrari coming in at the earliest opportunity to Alessandro Rivera. Well, is that a problem? And it must be a problem because the pit lane window isn't open yet.
Nobody's coming to serve his drive-through penalties.
That's 51, I beg your pardon.
Yeah. So he's coming
71,
in,
yeah.
71 coming in, and they reckon it's 27 seconds from pit in to pit out, running at pit lane speed limit. But of course, you've also got your deceleration before that, your acceleration afterwards. So that's going to drop him down outside the top 20.
Absolutely, there's no question about it. And it's a painful error to have made. I mean, it was a very, let's say, opportunistic pass, and other than he just about managed to get it slowed down, but not sufficiently, and then that set off a train of incidents, and there he's back out. But where's he coming back out? Well, there's the sister.
There's the sister car. How ironic. Don't hit each other. Down into the first corner they go, but you can be sure that Alessio Rivera is going to go, come on, I'm the driver with form, and try and get past. But David Vidales will still be chasing, but he's come out in around 18th position, 17th, 18th position.
I mean, I don't see Vidales, you know, volunteering this position up to the sister car, unless there's an instruction from the pit wall to say, right now we need our 71 Ferrari to continue the progress it's made all the way through to get it up into a position. So, well, look, again, traffic, just the 48 Mercedes having to duck and dive around the garage 59 McLaren up at turn 12. So that's what we're going to see a lot more of now as we're getting towards the pit stop window opening up. The Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper, got through probably slightly more easily, but then he's got traffic directly ahead of him as they come through the chicane and up into turn 17. So whether that will affect him, or where will he catch that car? Will he be able to get alongside and therefore take the corner away, turn 1 away, or is it going to be a frustration for Jordan Pepper?
Well, it's just when you suddenly get presented with clear track, you've got to maximise. Now we're looking down at the battle that was entertaining us earlier. Car 57 is the Mercedes driven by Tanart Satin Tiracle, all over the tail of Till Bechtelsheimer. We now look back from Till's car, that fabulous rear shot, and the Lamborghini from Barwell accelerates away. This is a battle over 34th position. I mean, for Till, he's running 4th in the bronze class. He wants to grab all the points he possibly can. For Tanart, he's running in the silver class. He's 7th and right almost at the tail end of that class, but that setback of starting stone last has certainly hurt the Winwood Racing Mercedes, but the race is still good.
Yeah, up through the, bit of gravel got kicked there, so not very much racetrack, but there is our race leader, and tucked in behind is a back marker. That's the
it's Klaus Abelin in the Fricadelli Racing.
Fricadelli Racing, so will he concede ground?
Well, he separated Lucas Auer, unfortunately, from then down to the hairpin. Lucas said, no, the only answer is yes, you will let me through.
So he did a good job. He let the Mercedes get through, but again, probably maybe because a couple of tenths of a second now. The Falcon horse, Aston Martin, is lapped by the race leader. And again, this is the play where Jordan Pepper can use traffic to his advantage. Now, maybe he'll find himself trapped, but the car that's trapped is Lucas Auer. He can't pass in turn 12. He's got to let the Aston settle and then exit the corner. And then what, Sky Tempesta, what's happened here?
Well, that's the car started by Chris Froggatt, and it's sitting off the circuit. Can he get it going? That's
out of turn two.
Turn 2. Move it off to the side. You would normally only go off there. Well, is there any? I can't see any damage to the car, but we can only see one flank.
There's something not right because there's a very slow, wide arc turn. I mean, I think he maybe was having to reboot something in the car to get it to pick up. So he's now back onto the circuit into turn 3. So we don't know how Chris Froggatt got to that part of the racetrack, whether that was assisted or not.
Yeah, he had Yannick Mettler very close behind him. He was the one immediately behind, but let's take a look at the replay. This is riding on board with Chris Froggatt, and is he about to be given a bounce around? Let's see, turns through the first part of the corner, going to turn 2. Yannick Mettler is behind. And Yannick Mettler's... Let's listen to the radio.
No, it was hit. Spun around. Spun around. You just spun, or is there something wrong with the car? No, it was hit by Yannick Mettler.
Well, it's really unusual for drivers to actually recognise who's the sort of them. Right, early pit stops. The BMW crew's coming in, Rover Racing, and before them Team WRT. So driver changes there, but Chris Froggatt actually had the presence to know who'd even hit him. And they don't.
Yes,
Yannick Mettler.
I'm impressed that Chris Froggatt was able to recognise the car that tagged him. But clearly, and that was just a brutal thump on the left rear quarter of the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari. So this is a battle of the two BMW teams. Who's going to gain the advantage? The 98 is rolling. Where's the 32? Is it a bit further down the pit lane?
Yeah, well,
it is. It's almost at pit lane exit. So side by side as they come down, and the 32 is still... Well, what's gone on with it?
Well, it came in, it was from behind because the 98 was running in 7th, 8th position and 32 was just outside the top 10, so you'd sort of expect them to go back out like that. Has 51 got ahead of 71? No, it has not. So there's going to be a little bit of umbrage taken, one would suggest, at certain camps there.
So here we go. The Bowser is attached, and that is quite a substantial bit of kit. I mean, you think it looks very easy and simple, but these team members, they go to the gym and they train hard. These are heavy items. There's a load of fuel in that, and then it's only when they make the connection that the fuel is then released into the tank.
So drivers nervously waiting the pit lane for their turn, and still the fueling going on. There's a stop board tucked in behind CSA Racing. It's the number 111 Audi. So the driver waiting to take over from Romain Carton, who kicked off in that one. But
so the other, I suspect it might be Hugo Koch, and they're going to hold back Arthur Rouget for that final stint, but that's a second guess. So where is the 51? It's slightly further back from the rear of the 71, the sister car. And I don't know, it'll be a question of whether the team bring in the 71 for its pit stop first, or they bring in the 51 first. And sometimes the undercut is the way that you can make up ground. So the Mercedes steps aside. So that's the Butch and BDS, Cesar Gazu, Ray Mejas and Aurelien Panis.
Yeah, Rowe is leading the Silver Cup class now.
So Valley,
he's had enough.
Yeah, he's detached his radio connection. He's loosened the seat straps, the shoulder straps. He hasn't unattached them because that's a no-no.
Absolutely.
So you can just loosen them, but once you come to a standstill, that's the only time you can release it. So Maxime Martin, it looks like he's going to jump in and do that middle stint. And very quickly was the doctor out of the car. And Maxime gets in, the belts are attached. So he's just keeping himself out of the way of the WRT team as they make those wheel tire changes. Clean the windscreen, just give another little bit of benefit for the fresh driver getting in to have a fresh windscreen.
Gap between first and second still sitting at just around a second. Has it actually gone out a little bit? It has, because Lucas Auer has dived in from second place. He's now coming to serve his first of the pit stops, but Jordan Pepper continues on his way with another very tidy lap indeed.
just having a little look at the pit stops. Philippe Eng stopped the 98 BMW 1 minute 14 seconds. That looks to be the quickest we've seen to date. And here comes the Mercedes that was running in second place.
So who's going to take over from Lucas Auer? I'll give you a choice of two. It could either be Daniel Morad or Mauro Engel. I think we might see Mauro. Well, it was a while ago we saw Daniel Morad sitting in the deck chair just looking at the timing screen. So let's see who comes out to play.
The battle of the two BMW teams actually went by 9/10 of a second to the Rover Racing squad. They did a 1:14.8 as opposed to a 1:15.7. Very little time, but even 9/10 of a second, you think, oh, well, what does it matter in a further 2 hours? Matters an awful lot, because it could make the difference between getting ahead or remaining behind.
Right, with some of the top 10 coming to serve their pit stops, Jordan Pepper continues to lead. His advantage is 5.8 seconds over the Porsche of Ayhan Guven, coming down a little bit. There was actually a bit of a slower lap from Jordan Pepper. And the third place car is now Alex Acker, who has yet to pit. And we're trying to debate, but it could well work out which of the cars that's made a pit stop is best place now from coming out of the pits. Probably 48 and 98 are duking it out. And 98 is Philippe Eng, who's taken over one of the Rover Racing BMWs and is working his way up the order as other people dive into the pits.
So nobody has actually, so from what I can see, had a better pit stop than I think it might be Rover Racing.
Yeah, and I just want to confirm it's Mauro Engel who's came in from his car came in from second place in the hands of
Lucas Auer.
Lucas Auer, handed it over to him, so he's the lead place car that served a pit stop, and then we're into the middle stint of the 3 stints this 3-hour race.
So the pit lane, there's our race leader in. So he's come in with 2 hours and 3 minutes. So all in relative terms early stoppers. So Jordan Pepper's getting out of the car, and I just wonder which of the two drivers will it be. I suspect it might be Marco Mappelli. We'll wait and see. It'll be confirmed when the car trips over the pit lane exit, and the transponder will then update. So there is the 48, Mauro Engel behind the wheel, and there is the race leading the car that's dominated essentially from the lights going out. So Mauro Engel's all the way up at turn 12. He's still in the second sector, so the Lamborghini still, the fuel bars are attached, and coming all the time, coming up now to the chicane. So the Bowser's been detached, and is that Lamborghini going to be released? Depending how far it is up the pit lane, it's got to crawl down at 50 kilometers per hour, whereas the 48 Mercedes will be on full chat.
But the advantage actually for the
advantage has gone to Lamborghini fractionally, not an awful lot. There's the Mercedes top left. There's the Lamborghini coming onto track and building up to speed.
And it also had the good fortune there was no car sitting immediately in front of it when it was serving its pit stop, so it was able to get out of its stationary position, still within the speed limit, but without having to do a sharper turn to the right and the left.
But of course, the 163 Lamborghini has come out just behind another car, and that may well momentarily halt its progress, whereas Mauro Engel is looking to the back of the Lamborghini, and every corner goes by, he's going to think, I'm going to catch it, I'm going to catch it, I'm going to catch it.
And it's Marco Mappelli who's taken over from Jordan Pepper, so he's back out into effective lead of the race. Still a couple of other cars have not come in. Ayhan Guven. Let's hear to 98 radio.
Was everything good after the stop? All good? We refueled too short, so we will probably have a penalty on the next pit stop.
Okay, that was the message there. So Philippe Eng just wanting to answers to some of his questions. Always drivers need have more questions than their answers. And is it possible they put enough fuel in? John.
Hating rising that spectrum. So Philippe Eng behind the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, he wants to clear that, and every corner goes by. It's the same story. A car that's not in your category, out of position, is sometimes going to be a penalty. So the Garage 59 comes in, and this gets to its block, stops. So good effort.
Yeah, again, just trying to look at those pit stop times. You were keeping an eye on those. You thought the 98 crew had been very quick. Right, let's look at those. So Garage 59 got plenty 22 still leading now into the lead of the race. Ayhan Cengiven has yet to pit. He was running a lonely, distant third position, but he's going for the longer stints. He wants those pits to just be empty. Or more to the point, he wants the track ahead of him for his final few laps to be absolutely clear, and the Turkish driver seems to have achieved that wish. His best lap in the race so far, 1 minute 56.3. So that's good, but wow, the Maro Engel driven yellow Mercedes had suddenly gained all the lost advantages, come back, and he's now right on the tail of Marco Mappelli.
Yeah, Marco had to find a way around the Fricadelli Ferrari, and that only has worked for the favour of Maro Engel. Now that they've gotten clear, relatively so, of traffic around them, let's look forward and see. Well, there's nothing immediately ahead of the Lamborghini as they come out of turn 4, run up towards turn 5. So that will allow Marco Mappelli to get into a rhythm which he wasn't able to achieve from the moment he left the pit lane, but now he's got that momentary clear air, and it can be looking down. You can see there's not too much immediate traffic ahead of the, what is in effect the race leading car. Still not technically not, because the Nash Gavin and the Porsche. Mappelli runs quite high on the entry into turn 8. Mercedes hung a little bit lower, so fundamentally they ended up sort of a no-score draw in terms of who gained or who didn't gain.
Right now they've got clear track ahead of them. That's very, very important for Marco Mappelli. Doesn't want any more interruptions. So still listed not at the top of the charts, but when everybody else has served their pit stops, these two cars will be out front, and they're going to be, as they were before the pit stops, very, very close indeed. Ayhan Cengiven owns us a pit stop. Arjun Maini owes us a pit stop in the number 77 Mercedes from the Hout Racing team. And likewise, David Vidalis. He had a visit to the pits, but that was a drive-through penalty. That did not help him. He was 4th at the time. He came in. Now he's coming in all over again. The 51, the sister car, is Alessia Rivera. This is a car that started from 48th position, and he drove it to within the top 20. Was getting up to about 16th place before the pit stop started. He has worked his tail off.
Yes, good effort indeed by the driver Alessia Rivera in the 51, and put the team back into potentially a points scoring position as we ride on board with Maro Engel. Marco Mappelli on the previous lap actually set the fastest single first sector time on that last lap. That would have been lap 30. So Marco Mappelli quickly, once he got clear of the traffic that was directly ahead of him, was able to generate a pace from the Lamborghini as we look further through the field. And there's Ayhan Cengiven in the Porsche. That's technically the race leader, but he'll be handing that over very shortly to the 163 Lamborghini and the 48 Mercedes.
In fact, that lap, the first flying lap for Marco Mappelli, was the second fastest lap of the race, slower only than the best lap, which was served by Lucas Auer in the car against which he's fighting, the bright yellow number 48 Mercedes, in the opening stint of the race. But by running long, will there be some seconds clawed back for the Schumacher CLRT team? That's a team run by Comé Lerega, former champion, and driver change coming up. But that was a good, decent stint. I actually reckon Ayhan Cengiven would have stayed a little closer. He got through all the trouble on the opening few corners, but just couldn't stick it.
He didn't have the out-and-out pace of these lead two cars, but he held a very solid third place all the way through. And, you know, if you can have a solid race all the way through, that could see you on the podium as well. Because right now, I can't determine which of the two lead cars is going to be the one that will stand on the winner's podium.
No, indeed. Could there be anybody else coming into the mix? I mean, could there be the ultimate fairy tale story of the number 51 Ferrari working its way into the top 10, even getting towards the podium? I don't think so, but I mean, if you want to write a really crazy script, that's one you could put out there. But all weekend long, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini has looked good. So too has that Mercedes AMG man filter team, the Mercedes in number 48 that's pushing it down the start-finish straight. It's under a second, surely, now between the pair of them. Looks that way, putting another market between them. Dorian Boccolacci is taking over from Ayhan Cengiven. See where he slots out, and it looks so he's coming out into what would be where he was before, third position.
A little bit of understeer coming into turn one, so Bocco, as his teammates like to call him, Boccolacci, and he's just, I can see he's really squirming around, just trying to get power down. And it's a couple of opening corners, not as comfortable as obviously further into the race it will be. So there are our race leaders, and third place Porsche is just exiting probably turn 4. So Marco Mappelli doing a strong job indeed. The gap between these two cars, let's say Mappelli, well, it's just half a second, give or take. Now, is that a swap over by the 51 and the 71? So 51 has got ahead of the sister car. Whether that was orchestrated or whether it was just, you know, well, let's get on with the job and stop messing around here.
Yeah, you do sort of wonder if... oh, just one other thing we've got to say to you, to the 71 crew, but that is the car that certainly caused a little consternation at the first corner on the opening lap, and the sister car was the one that came up, having had its problems in qualifying, that started 48th, worked its way forward. One of the last cars to come and make a pit stop was Chris Froggatt's Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. He has clambered out, and he was the aggrieved party when he was assaulted and spun around at turn 2 by Yannick Mettler's Get Speed Mercedes.
Yeah, it was caught the Ferrari at the most critical point of the entry into a corner when it was just on that tippy-toe balance, and it takes so little, just a light contact. There's no marks on the back of the Ferrari that are obvious, but it was just enough to tip the car into that spin. And we got the message from Chris Froggatt. He was able to identify the car that tagged him, so didn't do him any good. The gap first to second stretched, is now fractionally over a second. So where is the performance from the Mercedes? It seems to ebb and flow and ebb and flow.
Yeah, Marco Mappelli just set, the reason it stretched, Marco Mappelli just set the fastest lap of the race.
Well, that's the reason why. Look how much of the curb on the inside both the lead cars are taking, with Mappelli in particular, had half the car over the curb at the apex of turn 3.
Well, clearly very, very light on its toes in the early part of a stint. The 163 Grasser Racing Lamborghini, 1 minute 56.002 seconds. He gained the best part of, well, 0.45 of a second over Mauro Engel. So Engel initially started to close, but then with that pace that Marco Mappelli's putting on, producing right now, round the hairpin he goes. That blue and white Lamborghini coming on up the hill. Right, just an investigation out. No further investigation. Incident, the collision between cars 52 and 72 at turn 4. That's the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. That's number 72, and 52, of course, is the bronze class AF Corsa Ferrari. So no further investigation of that one. So the stewards could put that one down to one side. Still drivers getting warned for exceeding track limits.
Yeah, so a lot of cars, blue flag, and just incidents coming literally almost by the second. On our message screen here in the comment booth, track limits 97 warning at turn 17. That's the corner onto start-finish straight. So that came at 7 minutes past 4, which is exactly where we are right now.
Yeah, coming at us thick and fast. There is car 77, of which we spoke. Going through the classes, Michele Beretta, the 77 Mercedes we're looking at now, leading the gold class from Dominic Baumann, Jim Pla, Lorenzo Ferrari, and you're quite right, it was Hugo Cook taking over 5th place car. That's the 111 CSA Racing Audi, well identified. He was the one hopping up and down in the pit lane, being caught on camera. In the silver class, it's Aurelian Panis leading that class in the number 10 Boutsen VDS Mercedes. Several Boutsen Mercedes, and the bronze class is being led by Luke Hartog.
So the 32 went one way, then cut down the inside, probably caught the 63 Lamborghini unawares, and it's not going to concede the ground. So that smoke coming off the side of the, I think it might have been the BMW.
It looked that way.
It was a bit of a tire rub on bodywork, and I think that was, so now 32 just dives down the inside, but still can't get the job done. But 63 gets all 4 wheels off the racetrack on the exit of turn 4. But this is where you've got to be patient. You're not going to get the position easily.
Sheldon van der Linde in the much taller, bulkier-looking BMW behind the Lamborghini. Between the Lamborghinis is the one making the push.
Oh, there's the reason. It's Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. And Andrea, great champion, what, 4 seasons ago. He's not going to concede ground. This is a battle for position. So you've got Caldarelli in 8th position, van der Linde in 9th, and then you've got round out the top 10 with Pittard in the number 34 Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's a little further back down the track for Walkenhorst Motorsport, but points go down to 10th place. But yeah, it doesn't matter where they are out on the track, because certainly Andrea Caldarelli and Sheldon van der Linde are never known for ceding position if it could possibly be avoided.
So that's Louis McKeel, so the father-son Ferrari with Andrea Bertolini. So that was a little bit tetchy in round turn 2, turn 3 between here the 32 and Andrea Caldarelli just ahead in the 63, and you saw that certainly Sheldon van der Linde had taken a little bit of time out of the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini is sort of log jammed in this group of cars directly ahead of itself, so his pace is more or less dictated by those that he's sort of following.
Yeah, certainly Sheldon van der Linde down into turn 1, just saw there was half an opportunity, thought, well, just give it a go. Very nearly worked, but often if you get down the inside into turn 1, you can't get the cornering done. You've got a slower X speed, and then you've got turns 2, 3 and 4 following, and it can all rather unravel, but neither of those drivers known in their careers for leaving a door open for anyone else to come through, and why not? They're out there to race.
So Sheldon van der Linde's initial charge to try and get ahead of Caldarelli, which was he needed to do it at the earliest opportunity, and that was stalled out by Andrea Caldarelli, and that was a bit of hard racing between two seriously good professional race drivers. That resulted in actually Sheldon van der Linde running wide at the end of turn 2 and having to come back on again. So directly ahead of them is Thomas Drouet in the number 9 boots of VDS. Let's look how much van der Linde can close down here, down at turn 8. So the gap between the Lamborghini and BMW is probably halved in the space of this lap that we're on. This is going to be lap 35.
Yeah, there seemed to be an ease with which he could catch, but then Caldarelli's not going to make it at all easy. It's just made it a little difficult because the two cars up ahead are having a really, really good scrap. So any driver running in clear air like Philip Eng, here we are in car number 98 in 4th place, they can press on with the pace that their car can achieve and not have that mounting frustration of just seeing the car you're trying to hunt down getting an advantage in traffic and whatever. But right now, Philip Eng lapping at decent pace, 1 minute 56.7, nowhere. He's half a second down on the pace of Marco Mappelli. But we're looking at car 98. Let's take a listen to the radio message to this car on our screen.
Mercedes 48 is doing 55.7 on the last lap, so it's really fast at the moment, but you are as fast as the car behind us. I think the two first cars are out of reach, but the 22 Porsche did 56.8, so you're catching him.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting information from the pit saying, look, the cars ahead of you we're not able to catch, but the car behind you, which is Matteo Drudi and the Aston Martin, he's not catching you anyway. So you're in that little bit of a window where you're not able to challenge for a podium at the minute, but you're not being challenged for your current 4th position either.
Hold station is the thing, don't panic, but the person who may be wanting to panic just a little bit is Marco Mappelli, because the pressure's now really coming on. This is the lead battle, and Mauro Engel seems to have suddenly got speed on tap, and he's closing all the time, but only tiny margins.
3/10 on lap 33, 1/10 lap 34, then fractions as he got really close to the back. Looked to me as if Mauro Engel's got a little bit better drive off turn 8. That's the hairpin of the lower part of the racetrack, and that's where he appeared to run down Marco Mappelli. Other parts of the racetrack, the Lamborghini seems to be able to hold its own, but now as we get the run back up the hill, up into the chicane, watch where the braking is there. The lights come on the Lamborghini, and how close are we going to see these two cars? When they came across the line 1 lap ago, it was just half a second, and at this stage I would say it's maybe going to be about 4/10, maybe a high 3 and a bit tenths. Wait to see what the timing and scoring tells us. So where is it? It's 4/10.
You're good, John. The eye's still working. Right down to the first corner they go. Still twitching under braking. The Lamborghini looking certainly a little bit more frisky, but right on his tail. Mauro Engel pushing him deep into the corner.
Right now, I think the 48 Mercedes is the quicker of these two cars. The trouble that Mauro Engel has got is, look again how close he can get into turn 3. But of course, he hasn't got enough performance to sweep by the Lamborghini. He's got enough to catch, but unless, again, it's going to be maybe a traffic situation, or maybe just Marco Mappelli pushes, eventually just does too much for the tyre, and therefore his pace just drops away. So Mauro Engel driving a good race, keeping Marco Mappelli absolutely 100% honest.
Braking down again under braking. Mercedes closes right in, accelerating up the slope. Axel Schumacher-esque, possibly down to a 1/4 of a second between of race here. There is someone not too far up the track ahead of them. That could be.
Incident involving car 46, 188 and 188 and 52 at the start in turn 1. No further action, no further action.
Okay, the race stewards working through driver behaviour out on the track, and no further action involving the number 46 BMW started by Valentino Rossi. So no concerns that's going to have to come into the pits. And Maxime Martin took it over. It's in 23rd position, John. It's not too far behind Carol Bass, who's in the East Talent Racing Audi, and not too far ahead of Hugo Cook, who's in the CSA Racing Audi. So sort of middling order.
Yeah, you would anticipate that Maxime Martin, his, again, natural pace and the WRT BMW would be able to claw its way back up into the top 20. But again, it's the same old story. We keep repeating it. But the battle for the lead has gone up to 0.5 of a second. It's all academic because the Mercedes here clearly seems to be able to hold that slightly tighter exit line coming out of turn 1. The Lamborghini runs further wider and then has to make a more acute cut back to get himself into position for turn 2. Again, uses the curbing in the inside almost to hook the wheels in and sort of lock it in and just swing it around. And then the exit out through turn 4. And here, you know, the benefit of being the first out of the corner gives you that initial advantage on acceleration.
Right, just going to run you down the top 10. We're looking at the first 2 runners. Marco Mappelli, the 163 Grasser Lamborghini, ahead of Mauro Engel in the number 48 Mercedes.
Time penalty to be taken at the next pit stop for car 998, causing a collision.
Right, this is the car that Dan Harper's taken over from Augusto Farfus. On the opening lap, there was a clash between turns 2 and turn 3 that put the number 2 Mercedes, Luca Stolz's car, off onto the grass. It's been a long time coming, and at the moment 998, John, is in 13th position, but a 10-second extra time penalty at the next pit stop is going to knock it back down the order. If you took 10 seconds off its time now, 4 or 5 positions come out behind the 71 Ferrari of Vincent Abril.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Harper's behind the wheel of the 998. He's not the guilty driver, but eventually, I mean, he'll be out of the car. So when that car returns to the racetrack, it'll be Max Hesse. So Max Hesse is going to sit there and wait those 10 seconds to pass before they can start doing any work on that 998 BMW.
So if you think about it, for quite a few of the front run of the top 10 and the top 12 cars on the opening lap of the race, the opening 2 or 3 corners, it really was a little bit too busy. But if you weren't with us at the start of the race and had seen the qualifying sheets, you'd seen that we had Patrick Niederhauser on pole. He didn't get to complete the first lap, so all the work for the 96 crew was sorted out. This is a cracking battle in the Silver Cup class. It's being led at the moment by Aurelien Panis in the number 10 Mercedes, but the battle for second in class is very busy indeed. Esteban Muth in car number 12, the Aston Martin, being chased by Haitham Caragiuli in the number 19 Lamborghini. Good to see Haitham having such a good race as he gains experience and form. And that's being run by, again, from the Grasser Racing Team camp, a team that clearly has a very good car set up because one of the sister cars, the 163, is leading the race outright.
Yeah, they've managed to find the sweet spot of the Lamborghini Huracan, and they certainly with the lead car, they've got a great race car there, and that'll filter down through into the other entries, and especially those that are the younger team members, to drag them along and help them understand how you set a Lamborghini up to get the maximum potential performance.
And again, showing the global spread of racing, and particularly with the Middle East coming on strong. You don't have too many Q80 drivers, but Haitham Caragiuli, the car driver we're looking at there in the number 19 Lamborghini, is one such driver. And the front got a little bit loose on him there. That would have rattled his eyeballs around a bit.
Followed is the number 90. So that's the Mad Panda entry. So that is getting itself into position. But that little flinch coming out of the chicane, I think it might have been clipping the curb and just unsettling the car. But not a big problem.
Yeah, I think it also been a little bit sorted out by the fact that on that lap the number 55 went past in the dynamic GT Porsche. You can see it, the dark green and black car, they're just flashing through the front of the screen. So Haitham lost a position, but for dynamic GT, the car that was started by Jo Rapanga, now moving its way forward.
Thomas Callender, this car, number 90, you mentioned it yesterday, 16 years of age. I spoke to him earlier today, and I mean, he doesn't look 16, I have to say, but that is his legal age. He is 16 years old and he's behind a wheel of one of the best GT3 race cars in the world. And that car is running in 30th overall.
Yeah, and it's closing all the time on. He's another driver who's starting to take a look at the Lamborghini of Haitham Caragiuli, 16 years old, leading a GT championship in Germany. This is his first experience of Fanatec GT racing. He is not looking out of place. Quite astonishing at that young age.
So here's a group of 3 cars, and down the inside, and he get position. Well, he's on the wrong part of the racetrack for turn 2, but can he get the undercut? That's what he's looking for. And no, he can't. The Lamborghini's Andrea Caldarelli is able to fend him off, and Caldarelli, of course, is been backed up into the rear of Thomas Drouet's Mercedes-Benz. And well, Van der Linde thought, I've finally got him, but
half a dozen laps in the wake. He's had a probe at that very point before. This time it looks as though it's going to work, but Andrea Caldarelli just refuses to cede. It's not his job to cede, but slightly interrupted perhaps by the driver in front, by Thomas Drouet, who's doing a very, very good job for Boots and VDS, but that was half a chance for Sheldon van der Linde. He wasn't going to pass it up.
Unfortunately, as they came into turn 1, he was on the outside going into turn 2, and that would give Caldarelli a lot of scope to use that advantage he had in the middle of turn 2 to forestall what Sheldon van der Linde thought he might be able to try and achieve. But at least he's had a go, and that's the main thing. He's not just sitting there metronomically going round. He did look like he's going to have a go. So Drouet under pressure now from Andrea Caldarelli, and that again will give Sheldon van der Linde a little hope, because Caldarelli couldn't make a pass coming into turn 11, so he would have to marginally wait. Again, look at the amount of gravel that's been pushed to the cylinder of the racetrack.
But all the time this is happening, Aurélien Panis is leading the class, 10 places clear of Esteban Mout, the Belgian racer. Aurélien just having a cracking run in leading the silver class in the number 10 Boots and VDS Mercedes.
Oh, that was abrupt. Van der Linde saw an opportunity. Caldarelli instantly covered it in a pretty ruthless manner, and the BMW had to stand on its nose to avoid a collision.
I think they might have little chats after this stint, because they've both been very, very forthright. And I think the more a driver around you, John, is forthright, you think, well, hold on, I can do that too. And it's becoming quite busy between them.
Testy.
That's the official racing term. Now another message on screen. We heard that message about refueling for car 98, the Rover Racing BMW. Now that's under investigation for the refueling time. So it had that very quick pit stop, and it's running around with a potential cloud hanging over the head of Philippe Eng. Nothing to do with him. He can only go on and press on in 4th place as hard as he can, but this could be a setback.
Yes, that'll be a disappointment for the Rover Racing team. It wasn't an intentional thing, but if there is an issue to be examined and it's found that there was a problem, it may well be that they get a time penalty as well. So on board with the 48, still like 2 cars going into the chicane now. Marco Mappelli will be calculating, where am I going to catch and overtake these cars? And likewise, Maro Engel will be thinking the same thing, and he'll be preparing for an opportunity. At the same time, Marco Mappelli is going to think, well, is that going to give Maro Engel a run when I'm slightly compromised? All good. It's like a big game of chess, but on a racetrack. Bodywork lying on the track.
Yeah, I can't see what exactly that was. But again, for the drivers, they have to go, hold on, who are those back markers? We do have a rotating series of drivers coming to the championship. Is it someone I know? Now, this is a fantastic view looking back from the McLaren.
Yeah.
And the
Dean
Ferrari
McDonald behind the wheel.
Yeah, Dean McDonald behind the wheel. Davide Rigon giving chase. This is the car that's come up to 14th place from, I'm just going to say this again, 48th on the grid. They're chasing Ferrari, closing in. Next target, Dean McDonald. Is he going to be leaving the door open? I don't think so.
Well, no, is this the opportunity that Sheldon van der Linde has worked hard, long and hard to get? He's getting himself alongside. He's got his nose ahead of Andrea Caldarelli, but Caldarelli is going to take he can brake fractionally later because he's got that slight side by side. Now, run Caldarelli wide. Caldarelli, he's so worldly and wise. Up the inside, the switchback for Sheldon van der Linde. I mean, he was ahead, the BMW was ahead. Still the Lamborghini comes out of the corner ahead of the 32 BMW.
Almost pushing and shoving in turn 3 between the BMW on the tail of the Lamborghini, but Caldarelli resists that challenge, and all along that's very, very busy in behind van der Linde, because David Pittard has been closing down bit by bit. That's not Pittard immediately behind. But as they're fighting, they're letting those behind catch up a little bit. But any moment, I think this little battle, it's only battling over 8th position. I think it's going to be sprung. Because as they've been fighting, suddenly they've lost ground to Thomas Drouet. He's pulled away a little bit just ahead of them. So that just slightly changes the equation. If he can get away, then things could be rather different. But all we know is the fact that Andrea Caldarelli and Sheldon van der Linde are using every trick they can in the book, as is our race leader, trying to go through, past the number 3 Mercedes, gets it done. But what's going to be the state for Maro Engel?
That's what Maro Engel was hoping for, waiting for, and that was the nightmare that Marco Mappelli did not want to face. So side by side, the 2 Mercedes in different classes, so they're not racing for overall position. But that is drawn Maro Engel right close. Couldn't get any closer to the rear of the 163 Lamborghini. But Mappelli has withstood the pressure, the stress of that moment, and has managed to regroup. He's got no traffic directly ahead of him right now. And so Maro Engel saw the opportunity. Maybe slightly compromised with, I think it was the number 3.
It's number 3 Mercedes, yeah.
So maybe that interfered slightly with what he had hoped to try and do into turn 1. But that's what it's going to take. It's going to take traffic fundamentally to get these 2 cars to swap positions.
Marco Mappelli in the lead in that 163 Lamborghini from Grasso has been so resilient. Every time he's just trying to work out, am I going to gain? The gap between them is 0.8 of a second. That's, well, he's gained over half a second in the first part of the lap with that sort out down into turn 1. But every time Maro Engel drops back, because of incidents in traffic, because of cars slightly blocking him, obstructing his momentum, he fights back, he closes in. It's still the car that has the fastest lap of the race. And in fact, he's lowered that mark to 1 minute 55.762 seconds. They're not lapping as fast right now, but he shows he's been attacking from the outset.
There's the battle going on 8th and 9th place. You've got the Mercedes in play. And Andrea Caldarelli stretched the gap between himself and Sheldon van der Linde. Now, what Caldarelli would love to do is make a pass on the Mercedes, Thomas Drouet behind the wheel, and that would give him a lot of comfort from the heat that he's getting from the BMW at number 32 as he comes up through the turns in turn 8, 9, and then you've got this sort of curve which counts as 10, and then into turn 11. Is there a little bit of body flap on the offside front guard on the
BMW?
Just I saw some, maybe just like a sticker's come loose, but they just looked to me to be something that was, you can see just the bottom of the right of the back. Well, it's actually on both sides. I think it might be sponsor. Like you see it again.
Yeah, just behind the front wheel.
It's doing it on both sides.
Obviously,
it can't be a movable aerodynamic device. You're not allowed that.
No. But this battle will continue to rage. Looking in the Gold Cup class, it's Michele Beretta leading that, Dominic Baumann giving chase. It's Mercedes from Mercedes, and then a trio of Audis. Jim Pla in 3rd in class, Lorenzo Ferrari 4th, and still with no change, Hugo Cook in 5th place in the Gold Cup class. And the best place of those is in 16th place overall. 53 seconds down the race lead, but leading the class. That's the most important thing in that category. Now, in the Silver Cup class, it's a very good run indeed for a car that's right ahead of some of the battles we've been looking at. Aurelien Panis, but he hasn't got any rivals close to it, because the next driver in the silver class, Esteban Moot, is 10 positions on the track further back, or more to the point, 9 cars between them. So every lap taken at this pace is working well. In the bronze class, at least there's something for Rutronic Racing to smile about, because their car that started the pro class on pole position was taken out on the opening lap. That was Paul Patrick Niederhauser's car, but right now the second driver in the 97 Porsche is Dutch racer Luke Hartog. We heard from him on the grid. Bastian Boos is second in class, but he's another 8 positions further back. Has just gained 2 positions as I speak, actually. Then Toby Sowery, 3rd in class in the 991 Century Motorsport BMW.
So they're literally all the way through the field from pro down to bronze. There's battles taking place, and you're getting pockets of each category, all running very close to one another. So the 97 Rotronic Porsche, we go back to the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari, running close to the tail of one of the 2 Barwell Lamborghinis. And it's just looking to see, is it I think it's Jonathan Wee at the minute behind the wheel. I would expect it to be in the 93. Just
Eddie Cheever.
It was Eddie.
Eddie Cheever's gone second.
So they've put Jonathan Wee in for the final stint.
Again, with 50 cars to attend to, driver changes to pay attention to, and also warnings on the timing screen. So we've still got now car number 84. Its pit stop is under investigation for the refueling time. That is the East Talent Racing Audi crew who joined us this weekend, being driven by Bastian Boos at the moment, second in the bronze class.
This is nuts between Sheldon van der Linde and Andrea Caldarelli. Sheldon van der Linde went a bit too deep into turn one, went very wide. But again, Thomas Drouet stalling out this battle for 7th or 8th and 9th position. And Van der Linde's tried everything in the book to get ahead, get alongside, but make it stick and get ahead of Andrea Caldarelli. And I mean, a great race from Caldarelli in the terms of defending his position and at the same time trying to find a way ahead of Drouet in the number 9 Boots and VDS Mercedes.
It's a busy place, but again, you have the slight difference in performance around the various points on the lap, and the Caldarelli Lamborghini just seems to have the punch out of some of the corners, like this one that just gets the other one off his tail. He gets that BMW just back a 1/10 of a second or maybe 500ths of a second, but Sheldon van der Linde then builds up the speed, closes in all over again, but really it's only at turn 1 that he's taking serious looks at the moment. Turn 1, turn 2, but by turn 3 always Caldarelli is back in front again.
Yeah, and we're just ticked over the halfway mark in this 3-hour endurance race, so we got 1 hour and 28 minutes, so the next cars will be making their way into the pit lane probably somewhere in around about 25 or so minutes time as Sheldon van der Linde continues, and it's almost, he's just lasering in the back of the 63 Lamborghini, hops, skips and jumps over the curbs in the chicane, and Drouet driving his own race, defending, but it was got enough pace to keep the Lamborghini behind, which in turn is keeping the BMW behind, and then you got David Pittard further back. He's about just 2 seconds back from the rear of the BMW.
But all along as this battle's going on, it's down over 8th place, 7th, 8th and 9th. We see them all now trying the outside line. We tried the inside line. Sheldon van der Linde is going to try and tuck back underneath into turn 2. We've seen him try this before, but not having taken the wider line, but Caldarelli's leaving nothing of a gap, so nothing being gained. But this is 7th, 8th and 9th. As they're all holding each other up in this train, it means the top 6 cars are pulling ever further clear. 7th place car, that Mercedes at the front of the group with Thomas Drouet, has 15 seconds now in behind Christopher Hasso. Certainly wasn't that big a gap when they came out of the pit stops.
Just watching this, game of chess, literally move, counter move, but no checkmate yet. So Thomas Drouet is doing a good job. That car is a quick car. You can see he's able to pull away coming down into turn 8. Under brakes, Caldarelli almost runs into the back of the Mercedes, and van der Linde sort of wondering, well, I've tried everything I know, every racing maneuver, go one way, go the other way. All's left is to go over the top. Well, I don't think he wants to do that.
No, hopefully not using that little one. But what are the options? And more to the point, what is up ahead of them? I've just seen the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari getting quite loose in front of them. That could be something that is of concern to Thomas Drouet, but it might be an opportunity for the driver at the back of the pack there in 9th position, that red, white and black BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. What can he do? What opportunity will provide itself? And will it fall into his lap or will it fall into the lap of Andrea Caldarelli?
He's going to take a dive down the inside. He was lining up for it, but he wasn't sufficiently far or alongside Caldarelli. And unless your wheel's square going into the chicane, even then there's no guarantee. Back in 1990, whatever it was, Jean Alesi and Michael Schumacher pulled off a miraculous overtake going into that very same chicane. And Alesi came out on top, and that was a bit of a rarity.
So, while this battle for 7th, 8th and 9th rages on, and it really does, let's try the outside again. Oh, now look, Thomas Drouet is a little slow. Will that? Oh, no, I just thought that might be the opportunity for Sheldon on the outside, but Andrea Caldarelli, he's a wise bird, isn't he?
Oh, no, he's got eyes in the back of his head as well as on the side of his head, as well as in the front of his head. I mean, that had the makings of an opportunity for van der Linde. But again, just that you're breaking into turn 1, it's a tricky corner. It's one of those corners that is frustrating, looking back again from the rear of the McLaren, and running in 14th position is Davide Rigo. So Dean McDonald is the lead McLaren right now.
incident, latest incident under investigation between cars 72 and 52. That was at turn 3, so they're still working through the job list. That was the Barwell Lamborghini I mentioned. Actually, that was just come up again. Has it been a second incident? That was under investigation earlier, but we will let you know. No, it was noted before, now it's under investigation. The 52, by the way, is the AF Corsa bronze class entry. Now we're looking back at very much the AF Corsa's lead entry. It's Davide Rigon. He's in 14th place. We're looking back from Dean McDonald's number 159, Garage 59 McLaren. They're running 13th, 14th, and tucked in behind Davide Rigon, just a second further back, is the next Ferrari of Vincent Abril. Remember, they had that drive-through penalty that certainly scuppered their hopes. May still yet get a top 10, but all along the top 6 cars are pulling clear behind that really intense 7th, 8th and 9th place battle that's been entertaining us for so long.
Again, Caldarelli has a look up the inside, recognises he hasn't got the position. Sheldon van der Linde closes marginally, now takes a late entry, late cut to try and make the undercut on the exit, trying to get himself in position to get the stronger run off turn 17. So Drouet's on the headlights to tell the cars directly ahead of him, look, you're not on my race, I'm coming to lap you as the Fricadelli Ferrari. Caldarelli makes a very late, sharp move to block Sheldon van der Linde, and again it's congestion central down at turn 1.
Penalty to be taken at the next pit stop for car 998 has been cancelled by the stewards.
Well, a short while ago we said that there'll be a 10-second extra time to be served at the next pit stop for the 998 Rover Racing BMW, and good news for them is because that penalty has been taken away, and Dan Harpo will not have to have his car stationary for an extra 10 seconds when he hands it over to Max Hesse. So just outside the top 10, but a reprieve.
Yeah, it's an interesting reassessment of what they initially gave a 10-second stop, or 10-second additional to your pit stop. So they've reviewed it again, and maybe WRT or whoever it was, in this case Rover Racing, have gone up and said, hold on a second, we weren't the guilty party, look at it again. But anyway, it's been removed. So the battle still rages on for 7th overall between these 3 cars, and I mean certainly Caldarelli and Sheldon van der Linde have been giving us a masterclass on how to attack and how to defend all the way through their respective stints.
Just need to correct what we said, of course. The 98, the sister car, was the one that had the short refueling issue.
Yes.
The 998 was the one for contact for Lucas Stoltz. Oh! Yes, no. So close, John.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the refueling on the 98.
Yeah, the refueling for the 98, that still is short refueling, but no penalty was for the 998, the car that Augusto Farfus had contact on the opening lap with Lucas Stoltz. They've looked at it again, no penalty.
Oh,
it's busy.
But it's not just busy, it's interesting to see how 2 race drivers who are both trying to attack and defend at the same time. Van der Linde doesn't have to defend, that's the one advantage he's got. But David Pittard actually is getting closer and closer to the tail of that. I mean, it's a small increment every lap coming down into turn 1. So Caldarelli gets almost sort of stalled by the braking of Thomas Drouet, and that offers up slightly more flexibility for the BMW. But Caldarelli's always been able to put his Lamborghini just at the part of the racetrack which Sheldon van der Linde's already sort of put a deposit on.
No, absolutely, many times over, but I thought they might... Oh, Dries van Toort just doesn't know. Well, he's got a role to play, but I thought they'd have caught the David Perel-driven Fricadelli Racing Ferrari, but that's going very well in the South Africans' hands, so I thought that would have come back onto the nose of Thomas Drouet's Mercedes in the 7th, 8th and 9th place battle, but for the number of laps now, it has not. So the traffic, I thought, would be the element that could tip the balance in the favour of Caldarelli or indeed Sheldon van der Linde has not come to pass as yet.
So headlights ablaze from the lead Lamborghini, and one of the Garage 59 McLarens is going to get a lap added to, or actually a lap reduced from its race distance. So again, Mappelli finds himself in a position where he's not quite close enough to make that pass. He's looking at it, and the McLaren pulls over and lets the 2 race leaders go through. Good, clean driving, well done. That probably was a little bit of information coming from the pit lane to say, look, these 2 lead cars are battling. We're not going to lose anything by letting them go through.
Yeah, and also those first 2 cars, they've got the driver in 3rd place, the Dorian Boccalacci driven number 22 Schumacher CLRT Porsche, who's some distance back, nearly another 10 seconds. So he can let the first 2 go through, settle down again. He may even get to the end of his stint before the third place car catches him. So wise thing to do.
Because he's in the middle of no man's land, we haven't seen a lot of Bocco during his stint. It's all been focused on the lead battle or the battle for 7th position, which has been a war. 7th place position battle has been one of the classic ones, I think, all season.
Yeah, and likewise, we didn't really see much of the first stint from the third place Schumacher CLRT car, because it was running about 7 or 8 seconds off the race leading duo, and then 7 or 8 seconds clear of the best of the rest, and came in very late. We saw Achen Guven bringing it in, but now I guess if you take it over late in the window, and then you'll pit late in there, so maybe we'll see the 22 go back into the lead in the hands of Dorian Boccolacci, but then owe us a pit stop. But let's wait and not guess on that front.
A little bit of sort of oversteer, understeer moment for the Lamborghini, but didn't really lose any ground in particular. So again, here we go, the charge up, and of course the car wisely and generously pulls aside, lets these 2 lead cars get through, so no loss, no gain to either party. So you've got another moment where you can draw breath and think, oh, got through that one fine. So if everybody was as generous as that was, that would make the lead drivers and the battling drivers for the top 10 positions somewhat easier.
Another thing I need to just throw into the mix, haven't talked too much about the championship leader for a while, and that's car number 7, Matthias Trudi. That victory in the Spa 24 Hours to the Come To You Racing Aston Martin really helped their challenge, but he's under notice for possible contact with the car ahead of him on the track, Christopher Haas's 99 attempt to racing Audi. No further message, it's just out there for the stewards to consider. But this battle, first to second, is just constant. It's just relentless. Mauro Engel piling the pressure on Marco Mappelli, but the Italian is not interested in cracking at this point. He's scanning the horizon, seeing what's coming back towards them. The cars they're starting to catch. There's one not too far ahead. They'll be on it within this lap or possibly the next, but it's a factor of where will that be found? Where will I get my way past?
Looks like Marco Mappelli is having to work that little bit harder to retain his lead as we go back to this battle for 7th place, and here we go again and again and again, and it's always the same scenario. Whatever Sheldon van der Linde attempts, Caldarelli always seems to come out ahead.
It's as if by magic. Right, this is the corner, turn 3, where there'd been a fair bit of contact early in the race, particularly the opening lap, but no dive there from Sheldon van der Linde. He was about a car length further back than he had been on some of the previous laps, but gets a very tidy exit and starts to close in again. Now they're finally 7th, 8th and 9th. The Mercedes, the Lamborghini and the BMW still a nose to tail, but we've been looking at car 32. And let's find out from Dries van Tor how he would try and get past Andrea Caldarelli.
Dries, we're watching a fantastic battle with your car and the 63 Lamborghini. Is it hard sitting back and watching it all happen? What would you do if you were in the car?
I mean, probably similar things. I think it's a nice battle to watch. It's cool. Sheldon is trying everything. Andrea is defending well, but yeah, I think sometimes a bit track limits here and there could be looked at, but other than that, it's good racing.
We've got quite a warm track today, especially compared to the last couple of days. Have you had to make quite a few adjustments?
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend so far. We are there or thereabouts. We are fighting for some points, I think, today. So we have to keep digging, but it's still 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, so a lot can happen. But we have to see where we can end up.
There's still time. Best of luck. Thank you.
Well, this battle will be when the pit stops are completed. Matteo Caroli and Dries van Tor. So look again in turn 17. The Lambo right on the tail of the Mercedes. Mercedes has got straight line advantage here. This is the second quickest part of the Nürburgring circuit. Just thinking about a move down the inside. Van der Linde trying to not. Oh, and again, but the trouble is Van der Linde does something which technically should work, but it's the Mercedes then runs wide, and that sort of stops Van der Linde being able to fully execute that move.
Thomas Drouet, though, has been absolutely consistent on his line into turn 1, and sometimes you think he's just braked a little harder than, or more to the point, been out-braked by Andrea Caldarelli, and maybe there's an opportunity, maybe the Lamborghini driver would just lose the momentum at a point where Sheldon van der Linde can strike, but he cannot. That has been the proof. But here's the lead battle. You don't need to tell me what the gap between them is. It was a 0.6 of a second on the start-finish line. It's down to about 0.1 of a second, and now this is really, really tight, John.
Yeah, and this is maybe a little bit of sort of confirmation from what I think I was watching, that the Lamborghini's becoming a little bit less comfortable to drive. It's a little bit sort of edgy, I would call it. Certain parts of the track, it just looks like its back end moves back again, whereas the Mercedes looks to be totally planted, and that's going to give Maro Engel hope. We're what, about 15 minutes away, or maybe even less, before the second round of pit stops are going to be open. Coming down into turn one, different approach from both drivers, exit of the corner. Nothing has really changed, but now there's real pressure indeed coming from Maro Engel. Looks to go, he can't go around the outside, he hasn't got enough pace to get alongside then for the cut back through turn 4. It's all about strategy. Where do I place my car? Not for the corner I'm entering, but maybe coming here into turn 5. Not a normal overtaking shot, but there we go. As a look, does he do it? Oh, well, maybe I wasn't wrong after all.
Maybe I thought you were going to have to go down to the paint shop and lend a hand to put the paint back on those cars, but the race-leading Lamborghini, Marco Mappelli, hangs on. Maro Engel has thought, you know, I'm sort of determined I want to get past before we get to this second round of pit stops, the second of the pit stops in the race. He's looking one corner, he's looking the next. He's suddenly, his performance right at this stage of the race is much, much sweeter, and certainly
yeah. I mean,
Mappelli is hanging on in the lead.
Look, the Mercedes is doing a better job for Maro Engel than the Lamborghini is doing for Marco Mappelli. That's just simply, we can see it. The car, the Lamborghini is a little bit more tricky, I would say, at this stage for Marco Mappelli to hang on to, and that's what's allowing a little bit more flexibility and opportunity for Maro Engel. Again, just coming through turn 12, you've got to be patient because there's no way around the outside of turn 12, and if there's no entry into up the inside, which there obviously isn't going to be, then it's a couple of places around the racetrack where you're going to have an opportunity, and that's about it.
Yeah, just been looking at other timing sectors. Matthias Drudy in the number 7 Aston Martin has fallen away. He was just about a second off Christopher Haas's Audi in the battle for 5th place. He's now 4 seconds back. And also, just to clarify, there was a consideration about contact between those two. No further investigation. Number 7 and 99. So Matthias Drudy has not done anything untoward, and likewise, nor has Christopher Haas. But what we have is a Lamborghini from Mercedes. Frank Pereira starting to consider his stint in the race-leading Lamborghini, and suddenly, actually, on this lap, it's opened out a bit of an advantage. They were almost trading paint a lap ago, but Maro Engel falls back, but then he has this facility to close in all over again.
Yes, and I think that's the key. He has dropped back, maybe just to give himself and the car a lap to draw breath, and then he'll just begin.
Right, a couple of laps ago, this was the question that mattered. I was just, Drudy and Haas. So Drudy, championship leader in the green and yellow Aston Martin, side by side in the hairpin, right behind Anthony Bartone's Mercedes. Oh, there was the rub.
Yes, that was a bit of blue smoke.
However, that matter has been cleared up and no further investigation. Okay. And the Audi got shoveled a little bit wide, but that is the car back in front. As I said, he's got 3.5, 4 seconds clear of Matthias Drudy. So that was a little robust down there, but no blame attached to Anthony Bartone in the bronze class. He was just trying, silver class, just trying to keep out of the way. He did keep out of the way. No damage done, though.
So we've got just 11 minutes before we complete the second hour. And not Lucas hour, but hour on the clock. had to say it. Somebody had to say it.
You did. I thought it. You said it. There we go. That's how it works. This battle continues on its way. Is there going to be a chance? They've had so many chances, but look how everyone else is now coming onto their tails.
Look at David Pittard. Look how much he's closed down. He's not actually gone any quicker in this stint. It's just the cars ahead of him, the BMW, the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, are getting that little bit slower. So Pittard's been sucked or dragged along by this battle for 7th, 8th and 9th.
I'm fairly sure he was about 10 seconds further back, but he's hauled it up. Walkenhorst Motorsport car. David Pittard normally prefers to run on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but he's very handy around the Grand Prix loop. So Walkenhorst Motorsport, great to have their car. It was in 10th position, it is in 10th position, but more importantly, it's caught onto this tail of cars. And this group, from Thomas Drouet backwards, about the next 6 cars are covered by about 5 seconds, but okay, take a look at these cars. Different makes, different colours, Oh, super slow-mo to go with it. There's a bit of artistry for you to enjoy. And look how consistent their lines are, John.
You know, but not just that, just think about the components in these race cars. I mean, if you did that to a human being, you'd be jailed for GBH.
Not again, John, not again. But just the point is, Thomas Drouet is leading this train of cars, but he's 20-plus seconds in arrears of the car in 6th place, which is Matthias Drudy's Aston Martin. For all these crews, they're not going to be looking at top 6 positions. A different line this time. He's maybe going to try and go... No, he always dives up the inside, and he's always has his nose cut off by Andrea Caldarelli. Caldarelli still has to be cautious. He's still close, so close to the tail of that Mercedes. But Thomas Drouet is really putting on a very, very good performance here. He hasn't got the pace in the car, but he's managing to block all behind.
But what he's got the pace on certain parts of the circuit, which is denying it's on the 2 straights from turn 12 up to the chicane. So let's look at the top speeds here. Race Vision powered by AWS, 251 for the 51 Ferrari. Christopher Mies likewise in the Ford Mustang. Then the BMW Van der Linde, the BMW Dan Harper and Eddie Cheever, all at 249. And so there's no Mercedes, funnily enough, in that top speed. Yet the Mercedes that we're seeing in 7th place is able to pull away from the 7th, 8th and 9th position cars.
Number 51, Davide Rigon, still behind Dean McDonald. Scott driving a really, really good run here in his McLaren, but Davide Rigon came from so far back, or more to the point, his teammate Alessio Rivera did, because of an issue in qualifying, which meant they didn't get to set a time in the 3rd qualifying session. Therefore, they couldn't have an aggregate time. They started 48th, and yet here they are, 34 positions further up the order. They may gain some more in the pit stop, but it's been a great run for the 51A, of course, of Ferrari.
A right chain of cars all getting themselves together, and this is what happens in endurance events. You can drive around in relative clear track for a number of laps, and then gradually everybody just congregates.
So, Philip, we have a 15-second time penalty, which means on the next pit stop, the first 15 seconds, you cannot get out of the car, you cannot open the door. I will do the countdown on the radio, and then once I say 0, you can go out.
That is for Philip Eng, it's for car 98. It was the pit stop that was served as he was getting into the car, and the start driver in the 98 Rover BMW, but no fault for either of the drivers. It was started by Nick Yaloli. He was running in about 7th place before the pit stops, but short refueling, and the ramifications of a small difference become gargantuan.
A 15-second penalty, that's, this doesn't seem a long time, but it's an eternity for the team. They could just see the competitors one by one coming past them as they turn to the circuit.
Except, John, the advantage they have at the moment, they've got a small gap back to Christopher Hartzler and Matthias Drudy, but then a 22-second advantage over this battle that we've been following for so long with Thomas Drouet in 7th place. So they should be able to drop only from 4th to 6th. That is how far the front cars have pulled away, and those behind Thomas Drouet have dropped back.
Well, that's consolation.
A small consolation.
Small consolation. We just saw Davide Rigo in the last 3 laps had pulled closer to the back of Dean McDonald's garage 159. Oh, there is Bocco!
This car has almost been invisible despite starting on the outside of the front row, running 3rd in the first stint, running 3rd in the second stint, not close enough to the top 2 cars, 9.5 seconds down on Mauro Engel's Mercedes, but nearly 14 seconds clear of Philip Eng's car, and it was the same in the first stint with Arhenchen Guvent, same again now.
That car, the 2 drivers,
stealth,
rock solid, in a podium position in the pro category. It's probably been a very boring race so far for both drivers, because they haven't really had to fight and challenge. They've always been at the... Oh, what's happening here? Sheldon van der Linde has come out of turn 17 almost alongside Caldarelli. Now it's a drag race. Who's got the greatest straight line performance? The BMW has, but we've seen this in previous laps. Caldarelli, look at him. He's finally, but he's going to make the undercut and the cut back. Watch also
David Pittard's looking interested.
Wow, history has been made. History has been made, but Caldarelli ain't going to give it up.
Well, what an exit he must have had from the final corner. But we've seen this here before, that Sheldon van der Linde takes the time.
Pittard's also. So error from Caldarelli in turn 3. Just got the car too wide onto the slightly dirtier part of the racetrack, and he was powerless. The car just, its own momentum swept it too wide. David Pittard said, I'll have that any day, all day long.
David Pittard has spent years racing, particularly at the Nürburgring, and he's an expert on the opening corners of a long distance race. He's known as Pitbull because that's his level of attack, and he certainly showed his marker there.
Oh, is he licensed then? The Caldarelli trying to get back. He knew that he got sort of wrong-footed in turn 3, and he'll be cursing himself for being put in that position because he's fought and defended flawlessly.
The second round of pit stops is starting. Look in the middle of this group, the 998 BMW kicking up the dust in the face of 51, which is Davide Rigon, and Dan Harper suddenly getting very busy as well. Andrea Caldarelli is just wondering what happened. He knew he got dive bombed there by Sheldon van der Linde, but it was an excellent run up the straight.
It really, all that was work started in the chicane and round turn 17 and then onto the straight, and I mean, eventually he got a full car length ahead of Andrea Caldarelli, so pit lane is open and we've got some cars in already, and that is...
Well, Dorian Boccolacci has come in. I thought was going to be one of the last to pit because his car was one of the last first time round. Now, here is our lead battle, still under a second between them, about half a second between Marco Mappelli and Mauro Engel. Also in the pit is Philippe Eng, but remember he's got the extra 15 seconds to serve, and everybody else from Sheldon van and Thomas Drouet backwards has come into the pits. That car, they were line astern on the track, they're line astern out here. The one that didn't come in, I think, is Davide Rigon. Yes, so he's moved up the order.
So that group of Goetz, van der Linde, Pittard, Caldarelli, Sheila, McDonald, so they've all entered into the pits, so that's a collective, and this will be the potential opportunity for, you know, the 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini, or for the 48 here. We're waiting to see. Now the 48's making its way in, so it's going to be Daniel Morad will take over the wheel of the 48, and he is going to be thinking, am I going to get the race leading car, or am I going to get the car that's in second place? Because here is the Lamborghini into the pit, so race leader Marco Mappelli comes in, and he'll be handing that car over to, let's have a look and see, it's going to be Frank Pereira. We saw him getting suited and booted a little bit earlier, and likewise for the 48. So it's going to be a quick pit stop for the 48, and it's going to be Daniel Morad getting ready to step in to do this final stint.
Right, according to which other teams are in the neighbouring garages to you, I think it might be advantage swinging the way of the 48 crew because they've stayed out a little bit longer and there may be more space in the pit lane. But looking down on the 163 Lamborghini, Marco Mappelli out, Frank Pereira being strapped in. They were fortunate they had nobody sitting right in front of them last time, and this time as well they may get away with it. It gives them a cleaner exit, it gains them a tiny advantage, but these all count in a battle as tight as this.
100%. And that's to say why these teams employ ranks of people. Oh, look at David Pittard. Wow. Well, he's suddenly got a bit of pace.
He's basically saying, I've been watching you for laps. I've closed in on you with your battle with Andrea Caldarelli. Sheldon, I'm going to have a go now and show you how it's done. I'm an expert on the Nürburgring. It's not as though Sheldon van der Linde hasn't done lots of racing here too, but for Walkenhorst Motorsport, they'll have a smile on their face as their Aston Martin is.
Yeah, I think Sheldon van der Linde's had to work the BMW so hard. I don't know how much life he may have left, and the Mustang leaves the pits, by the way. I don't know how much pace he's got left on the tyres, where David Pittard has had a relatively unobstructed run through to get to where he is. As here is our race leader, Mauro Engel, and will he opt to come in this lap, and therefore they sort of match or not lose ground. I mean, when you put a new set of tyres, even with a full load of fuel into a race car, initially it will have a performance gain over the race leader who's got less fuel on board, but a set of tyres that's done virtually an hour's running.
Another crew is being going to be pinged for an extra 15-second of the penalty, a pit stop penalty at the next pit stop. It's East Talent Racing. So Carol Bass had a very good run for them, but that's going to knock them back down the order in that number 84 Audi. In fact, he's up to 11th place at the moment, but that's by dint of not stopping before. He was just outside the top 20. But good to have a new team on board this weekend, the team from Austria. And now the long, slow run for Mauro Engel under the pit limit, of course, down the pit lane to make his pit stop, the final pit stop for the number 48 car from Mercedes-AMG Team Mann-Filter. Will they come out ahead of the 163 Lamborghini? That has already made its pit stop, has changed from Marco Mappelli to Frank Pereira, who is herring around the lap, and he's going to hope that he can get the 163 still to flash past the pit exit as the 48 comes out and resume the lead of the race.
Where is the 163? There she is, coming into turn 11 and then through 12, and it's all getting a bit sort of, oh, well, the fuel's going in, but the Lamborghini's up to speed, fresh Pirelli rubber, and that's always a great feeling when you get into a car. It's back on the balls. Oh, fuel, a little bit of fuel seepage there at the Mercedes. Just as that, I don't know why the dry brakes didn't prevent that. I don't like to see loose fuel because there's very hot components around that part of the car. So it's rolling.
Okay, that was very, very fortunate indeed. That little lift perhaps just saved it, but with the BMW coming across the nose. Now, the yellow Mercedes exits. Where's the Lamborghini? It's flashing at proper racing speed. Now it's going to be super tight. The Mercedes is ahead down to the first corner. Can he get turned in? Well, his tyres aren't going to be very warm at all, and so that was the key moment. Absolutely. And head in hands there from Mauro Engel. He thought he'd stayed out the extra lap and it would have been just enough. It was going to be down to the tiniest fractions of a second, and I think we've effectively said that those pit stops were absolutely square and even between them. But importantly for the Grasso Racing team, the team that had so much success with Lamborghini Huracans some years ago, now they're very much back on their mojo, and they've got a car in the lead of the race. They've got what's left on the clock, just under an hour in this 3-hour race to go, and their car is in front. That was absolutely critical.
Well, I tell you what, it couldn't get more critical than you pointed out there, Bruce. That was almost enough to get into the lead, but as I say, not quite enough.
10-second time penalty added to the final racing time for causing a collision.
Okay, well, just caught the end of that message from the race director, so...
Yeah, I'm afraid I didn't catch which of the cars it was. Car number 84, that was East Talent Racing. Okay, they've already got a 15-second penalty at their final pit stop for refueling time. We just talked of East Talent Racing, but they will learn these things. These are important elements as they come to compete in Fanatec GT. So a penalty added to a penalty. But what is crystal clear out on the track is the fact that we've got... the battle that was only separated by, what, a quarter of a second before the pit stops has not swung in the favour of the driver who was chasing. The driver who looked out there, that's Mauro Engel. He gave it his all. He did all he could to try and tackle Marco Mappelli. He couldn't, and then a nice clean pit stop from the Grasso Racing team puts them out in front, and it's up to Franck Pereira, another driver like Albert Costa, who's driven almost every manufacturer's car at this level of GT racing. He's leading this race, and he will be hyper keen to stick one on the board.
The differences in pit stops between the two teams is virtually nothing, and as we saw, as the Mercedes came down into turn one, it ran a little bit too deep, and that allowed the undercut for the Lamborghini, Franck Pereira, and it's a sort of situation, status quo, something we've been watching since the respective drivers of these cars got in to begin. So there's the 51, and that's where is it? Well,
they're running in 7th and 8th positions.
Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel. What a great recovery drive from the AF Corsa team with that car.
Look, we were looking in the opening stint of the race. You said if he could get up towards the middle order, that would be great. He did that slightly better than that. I think he was up to 17th place. Then after the second stint, the car was handed over for this final stint, and Alessandro Pierguidi's taken over, and he's in 10th place.
So looking at the 22 Porsche, the Schumacher CLRT team, that appears to have lost out. And that covers the car that was running in 3rd place. It's now in 5th place behind Daniel Morad and Franck Pereira. Oh, somebody got Christopher Haase.
Christopher Haase.
So it's still in 3rd place.
Still in 3rd place. Lauren Heinrich's taken it over, and but again, he will be running a quiet race. He's 12 seconds down on Daniel Morad, who's in 2nd place, who's 1 second down on Franck Pereira, who's leading. Now, is Franck Pereira, what we've seen in these stints, John, each time is that the Mercedes seems to be better in the second half of the stint and the Lamborghini in the first half. So we're getting this again. Franck Pereira is pulling a little bit clear from Daniel Morad, and maybe Daniel will come back towards the end. But then, of course, in that bright yellow car, he's going to have to try and make a move that sticks, that takes the lead. But right now, there is traffic everywhere for the bulk of the drivers.
And just that battle that we watched with the 63 Lamborghini and the 32 BMW, that situation remains still in the favour of the Lamborghini, because Matteo Caroli is in 11th place and Dries van Thor in the BMW. Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari in 13th.
Well, let's go down to the pits and hear from the driver who came in from 2nd place. His name is Mauro Engel.
Mauro, that was an incredible stint. They tried to get you in the pit stop and just slightly lost out.
Yeah, we tried the overcut, and it was tight, but obviously the 163 got ahead again. Still a long hour to go, but we're definitely not going to give up.
with such fine margins, it must be so frustrating trying to battle out the place and losing it in the pits like that.
Yeah, it's a tight race. I mean, they have great pace. I think we have a great car as well, and it's very tight. But let's see what we can still do.
I'm sure I'll be speaking to you at the end of the race. Thank you very much.
Well, you might, Antonia, but many things can happen. But it was super tight in and out of the pits. By staying out a lap longer, it just didn't quite work. Now look at this replay, how close it was. Yes, the Mercedes is ahead, but
Daniel Morad just couldn't get the Mercedes 48 slowed down enough. So again, he's on new tyres, as is the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini had the benefit of a flying lap, and that got the tyre temperatures up to the working temperature that he needed, whereas Daniel Morad going out, the tyres were brand new, or sort of relatively new, and he just didn't have the bite to slow the car down as quickly as the Lamborghini.
So frustrating. You want to really push really hard as you come out, but you could be the zero very quickly there if you just pushed too much onto them in that tight first corner, and the Canadian did not do that. He did the right thing. It was worth a punt. Maro Engel, I don't know who called the tactic there, stay out a lap longer. They had to try something. They'd run for so long behind Marco Mappelli's Lamborghini, and it wasn't working. Despite whatever Maro Engel did, it was time for a change. Right, now let's take a look through the classes. In the Silver Cup, it's Cesar Gazot, the number 10 Mercedes, right in the middle of our shot there, leading from Colin Carasani, second in class. That's the car that started stone last, the 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes, and just having a change up into third place in class goes the 55 Dynamic GT Porsche, Theo Nue at the wheel of that. But really, in the silver class, it's looking very tidy indeed for Cesar Gazot. Now let's take a look at the Silver Cup fastest speeds. It's actually Sebastian Oegaard who's fastest, 247, equal with Clarena. So none of the front runners, the cars that are totally the quickest in a straight line.
There's a little look of what the state of the track is in. That's coming up through the Schumacher S's, and a lot of gravel tends to get kicked onto the circuit. Normally it ends up being offline, but occasionally it does get onto the racing line as we look at the Gold Cup leaders here.
Well, Gilles Magnus is the championship leader along with his teammates Paul Evrat and Jim Pla, and their Santalot Racing Audi is delivering all over again. He's not got a huge advantage, only a 5-second advantage over Michael Grenier, but again, it's an Audi that is quickest in the speed trap, but it's not his. Their car is only good for third on the charts in the Gold Cup speed trap, but always good to get those figures from AWS Vision.
I mean, the top 6 cars were covered by 1 kilometre per hour, and there was 5 in an identical speed, and that the lead car was 1 kilometre quicker than the reigning. Look at that. It's like watching ants scrabbling around. The drone shot looking down into turn 1, then out of turn 1, through that long turn 2, and that's a tricky corner. And then that long curve before you get into turn 3. Back on board with Sky Tempesta, and this is Jonathan Wee, we believe, behind the wheel.
Right, so this is now leading the bronze class. Still a bit of bodywork flapping on the front left corner of that Ferrari, but it was a car that was spun round at turn 2, but it does owe us a stop, so that's going to drop down the order.
Still Eddie Cheever behind the wheel.
So Dennis Marshall is leading the class effectively. He's in the 97 Rutronic Racing Porsche that led the class in terms of qualifying. We heard an interview with them on the grid, and really through most of this race, Rutronic Porsche has been going brilliantly well. It could have been a double success for them today. They could potentially have taken victory, but we know what happened, unfortunately, to their Rutronic Porsche on the pro pole, the outright pole. Contact on the opening lap, and that was that, a puncture, and they were out of the race. When I say the opening lap, I mean the opening corner of the opening lap. But right now, Chris Froggatt is going to probably come in this time around. So there is Dennis Marshall pressing on. Rutronic Racing leading the bronze class. Neat, tidy. Eddie Cheever third will come in shortly. It's leading the race in the Bronze Cup, but it's just arriving in the pits right now.
Looking out the Porsche. And this is the Cheever 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari, so Eddie will jump out and Jonathan Wee will then take the car to the final. We've got only 51 minutes and a little bit remaining, so that was either a very late stop in the first pit stop for the 93 Ferrari. It's certainly a late stop now for the second stop, but that means they can put on new tyres and they've got to probably put a little bit less fuel in, which should technically work to their advantage.
Yeah, it could be a very, very sensible tactic, but certainly in the bronze class through most of the race, this car, the 97 Rutronic Porsche, has been some streets clear of the rest. One other little element, car number 7, it's the Aston Martin, the championship leading Aston Martin, under investigation for an unsafe release. Keep an eye on that. Could they fall? They've been sitting in 5th position pretty much all race. Marco Wittmann is just a whisker behind them in the 98 BMW, but that's a car that, of course, had to spend extra time in its pit stop for its own penalties. No penalty yet for the Aston Martin. I'm not wishing it. I'm just pointing out other elements that are coming in that could change now. Look, a little bit of rear bodywork hanging off the McLaren that was running ahead of this little grouping of cars. This is the busy group, the tail end of the top 10. Yep. And Matteo Caroli, of course, is handed over to... Sorry, Matteo Caroli has taken it over from Andrea Caldarelli, but the only order change there, well, there isn't. It's all settled down again with the number 9 Mercedes now in the hands of Maxi Götz, ahead of the Lamborghini. And for Dries van Tor, when the move was done, he's ended up behind. He's down in, all the work that Sheldon van der Linde put in to gain that position has gone away again. Yep. But Dries will be ambitious. We heard him being asked how he would try and get ahead of the Lamborghini. Well, maybe he's thought about it. Maybe he's going to have a go now.
On the McLaren, as that's been, the rear bodywork's about to detach. Is that a rear would, it looks like it's been attacked from behind. Dries van Tor, well, that wasn't an overtake. That was just trying to unsettle Matteo Caroli and make him think, oh, is the BMW going to come through? And Dries van Tor, he knows all the tricks in the book. He's a great race driver, but he knows that, having watched the battle with Sheldon van der Linde and Andrea Caldarelli, any overtake is going to be hard-earned. It's not going to be a give-me.
And he knows full well he needs some content for his fantastic podcast he does with brother Lawrence. Very entertaining. How to overtake a Lamborghini at the Nürburgring. I think this could be one of the stories, but of course he's got to make this stick. But he's got time aplenty, just under 50 minutes remaining in this race, and he's just got to choose his moment, if indeed he feels he's got the pace in the car at the time relative to the Lamborghini.
Well, we've seen the Lamborghini and the BMW in terms of straight line performance, and the key to your straight line performance is going to be essentially on the exit of turn 17. If you can get into close proximity to the Lamborghini, but have a run, then it can get done, but it ain't going to be easy. It'll take a few shots before you get it absolutely perfect.
And I must say, it's been such a solid run for the number 9 crew from Boots and VDS, and where Thomas Drouet handed over to now it's the cars in the hands of Maxi Götz. That's just piling more experience into that car. So just expect that black, gold and orange Mercedes not to cede a single centimetre on the track, not to leave the door open. But right now, you can be sure the Lamborghini is sort of 50-50, looking behind and yet looking ahead. So neither one thing or another. Again, fantastic drone shot. Yeah. Here is that battle. 7th, 8th, 9th, and tucked in behind it, looks like it's up into 10th place now, is Alessandro Pierguidi. So all the work that we saw from David Pittard, they lost 3 positions, so Ross Gunn is now running 13th in the number 34 Walkenhorst.
These 4 cars just coming into vision or going out of vision, whichever way, are almost equidistant coming into the brake zone. Clearly the BMW closes down on the back of the Lamborghini, but the seesaw effect of picking up the throttle and then accelerating. I just wonder what Alessandro Pierguidi is thinking, because he would have had a legitimate thought to think, we can win this race. The pace we have got in our Ferrari 296 is sufficient. And we saw that a month and a bit ago at Spa when they were leading comfortably up until that final hour when it all went pear-shaped. So can he claw away past Dries van Tor?
Well, importantly for him, of course, is the fact that the championship leaders, the number 7 Aston Martin, aren't in the lead of the race. 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th, they're in 5th place. So if he can gain a few more positions, then the deficit, the advantage the 7 Aston Martin was looking to gain will not be as great. And Davide Rigon has handed over to Alessio Rivera handed to Davide Rigon. Now Alessandro Pierguidi, what can he do? Now this is the battle for 2nd place we're looking at in the gold class, and it's the treble 7 Almenar by Get Speed Mercedes resisting all the time. Another Mercedes from the Hout Racing team. And it's Michael Grenier from young Josef Awega, very promising young German racer, Awega. But no change given. In fact, right there, it looks as though a little more speed being carried by Michael Grenier. In fact, in terms of their experience with Mercedes, you'd expect that to be the case, but still these class battles to be considered.
46, Raffaele Marcello behind the wheel. And we haven't seen an awful lot of Raffaele here this weekend. And we're so accustomed to seeing him winning races, running in the top 3 consistently. But Marcello, 20th overall in the 46 WRT BMW. That will be an unhappy group of 3 drivers. That they're 2 of their sister brand. Dries van Voor in 9th place, Marco Wittmann in the rival Rover Racing Team in 6th place. So where has it gone wrong for the 46?
Well, it just didn't really hook up in qualifying. I think they got a little bit sorted out in the first stint of the race, in the general sort out there. But as we're looking at the cars that are 2nd and 3rd in the Gold Cup class, you just have to look a little bit further back. Coming into shot now should be the nose of the blue BMW. There it is, Raffaele Marcello. All he can do is entertain himself by seeing if he can pick these off. He's not in the same class. If he challenges them, they ought to just let him through. But it hasn't been a dream meeting for Team WRT. At least, though, they've got one car in the top 10. But here's the invisible car, the car that has been the stealth car. Laurin Heinrich lapping very, very respectable pace at the moment. In fact, he's catching the race-leading duo. They're separated now by 2 and a bit seconds. These laps have been very, very good at the start of the stint for Franck Pereira. Surely he's building up enough of a margin that when the Mercedes becomes sweet at the end of the stint for Daniel Morat, he won't, surely, the Canadian, be able to challenge. But what can Laurin Heinrich do? All he can do is chip away. The car's looking great.
Exactly, and I think what this car has done throughout the race, it's run at its own pace. It's not had to be involved with any great deal of racing amongst other pro category cars. And it's just running right now. Laurin Heinrich, the gap was 8.7 seconds as they came across the start-finish line to go on to lap 68. Of course, he's got to find a way past the dynamic Porsche he's coming up behind, but hopefully that will be sort of a formality, and he can continue that progress. We've got 43 minutes in which he's got to find, let's say in round figures, 9 seconds to get ahead of that 2nd place Daniel Morad, number 48 Mercedes.
Yeah, one of the remarkable things about it was he was running third. That car was running 3rd in the opening stint of the race, all over. You know, it's completely on his own. The first 2 cars have got away. Those behind have been delayed in the opening lap sort out. Now, number 99 is Ricardo Feller, constantly giving chase, actually. He's lapping as fast, if not marginally faster than Laurin Heinrich. But he's another 13 seconds back in 4th place overall. And Feller, we know, the Swiss driver, very, very quick indeed. But battling up and down the field, there's the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes all over the back of the Century Motorsport 991 BMW. They're fighting over positions.
31st position.
Yeah, exactly. Further down the overall order. But Jake Dennis is now on board in the 991 BMW.
Oops. There's a bit of talent, have you ever saw it?
Exactly. Right, he's 3rd in the bronze class. He's got to gain... Next target for him is to chase off after Patrick Kolb in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. So he's just got to make his space on the track and see where it goes from there. This is Marco Sorensen being caught by Marco Wittmann. Gap between them is under 7/10 of a second. This is the battle for 5th place overall. It's the championship leading number 7 Aston Martin from the 98 Rover Racing BMW, but at the moment it's the Rover Racing car that's got the pace just about between them. In fact, nanoseconds of a difference between them last time around, but this lap's been better for the BMW from Rover Racing, just starting to get close enough to get a little bit of a tow.
So down into turn 1 as we go on to lap 69, and you can see that the BMW, you get the impression at this phase, is arguably the quicker of the 2 cars. Oh, there we go, there's confirmation. By 1/10 of a second, loses a 10th, then back up to a 10th. Again, it's the usual story, get into proximity, then finding the momentum and the pace to sweep by. And Aston have really evolved, developed this DB. It's a DB Vantage.
Yeah, the Vantage is one of the newer GT3 cars and certainly picking up fans and popularity. I mean, for example, for so many years, you said Walkenhorst Motorsport, you say BMW next, but they've moved across to Aston Martin. The best place of their cars is the one driven by Ross Gunn in 13th place overall. So not too far behind this group of cars, but not with them. That's the important thing. for this Aston Martin crew, the green and yellow crew from Come To You Racing's 5th place at the moment for Marco Sorensen. And bear in mind, the car that's challenging them in the championship, Alessandro Pierguidi's number 51 Ferrari, is another 5 places further back. So their championship lead, which wasn't enormous, it was 10 points, could be 20. Let's hear the radio from the chasing 98.
Cool. The Aston is under investigation for unsafe release, but no decision yet. Still good to take him on track. Safe release, is it for me or for him? For him, for him. They maybe will have a penalty.
Well, still not entirely clear as to what they feel the situation is, from what I could gather from that message.
Well, we're still waiting to hear news about whether the car in front, the one they were questioning, is the number 7 Aston Martin. It was being investigated for unsafe release from its pit stop. That would come with a penalty. And therefore, it means Marco Wittmann, who's chasing Marco Sorensen, the Aston Martin, does not have to take too many risks, but he'd like to have clear confirmation. If there's no penalty, I've got to try and pass him, and I've got to start planning now because the clock's counting down into the final 40 minutes this 3-hour race. So it's very difficult for a driver, John, in this situation. There's an element where they're possibly going to be given a freebie, but until that's confirmed, they've got to race and chase as they can.
Absolutely, you've got to just keep pushing, pushing, pushing. So look at this again. Dries van Thor looking for a way past the Lamborghini.
And as before, the Lamborghini, now in the hands of Matteo Caroli, is not inclined to leave the door open for the Team WRT BMW, and tucked in behind Dries van Thor is Alessandro Pierguidi. He'll pick up any scraps in the Ferrari, the yellow and red AF Corsa Ferrari. But let's go down and listen to the words of Jordan Pepper. He's got out of the car that's leading. He's in the pits.
Jordan, first of all, what a phenomenal first stint. You really set the team up well there.
Yeah, I mean, most times, like the advice given to everyone is you can never win the race in the first corner. And honestly, today is the first day I can say really that made the difference, you know. Being able to get through the mess, turn 1, 2 with no scratches, get to the lead was really what made the difference, and I put my head down. Of course, the 48 was incredibly quick, but we know modern day GT3 cars with a lot of pickup on the track as well, it's very difficult to pass, and it was intense, super intense. Luigi had so much pace in the middle part of the race, putting a lot of pressure on in my stint, but you know, managed to hold them off and tick through both pit stops quite all right. Looked quite close there on the second pit stop with the Merc, but yeah, just proud of the guys. Honestly, to bounce back the way we did from Spa is incredible.
Now, your teammates have managed to sustain a very good gap. Are you a bit worried, or are you sitting quite comfortably?
No, not worried at all, honestly. Lamborghini drivers, honestly, we have some of the best in the business, especially Frank and Marco. Saw an incredible job what Marco did. Mauro tried absolutely everything. Credit to him both as well. But yeah, my teammates are flawless, and I have no doubt that they're going to bring it home.
Absolutely phenomenal. Hopefully see you at the podium.
Yeah, definitely, that'll be good.
And as the interview ends, that's the moment Dries van Thor strikes as he came past the window of our commentary box. I sensed he was a little bit closer to the tail of the Lamborghini. Now he's got ahead of Cairoli. Can he still be there when they get to turn 3? Well, the Lamborghini has a nose in front, but will he be on the outside line? He's had to back it off. Hey, and who's going to try and grab a chance as well? Alessandro Pierguidi. Can he get it on a better exit out of turn 4? Suddenly it's gone horribly wrong for Matteo Cairoli. John, that happens so many times. Get a little bit out of line and then everything goes away from you.
Yeah, again, that all began probably in the run down into turn 1, not in turn 1 itself. And Cairoli got wrong-footed initially by Dries van Thor. And, of course, following Alessandro Pierguidi thought, well, I'm going to have some of that action as well. So in the space of those turn 1 exit into turn 4, second place Lamborghini has dropped 2 places, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for that car to make up for Frank Pereira to claim back those 2 positions. And now, particularly Dries van Thor has been released into second place. He's going to be thinking, well, what can I do about closing down the Mercedes directly ahead of me? So Max Goertz behind the wheel. He's going to come under threat from the Belgian driver. There we can see for the first time the BMW has gotten clear of the green Lamborghini, and of course Alessandro Pierguidi being given that same opportunity, and he didn't have to be asked more than once about where you're going to take the pass. You want it? Do you want it? Do you want it, Alessandro? Yeah, I'll have it.
I will take it now. Just still looking for any notification about any potential penalties for the number 7. Right now, the driver chasing Marco Sorensen is Marco Wittmann in the 98 Rover Racing BMW, swinging the tail out a little bit there. He still would like to have clarity, but do I take a risk? Do I try and pass him? Do I wait for confirmation? I'll tell you what's happened at the front of the race, though, John. Since Franck Pereira dived past Daniel Morado when Daniel just came out of the pits, the gap was nothing. It's now out to over 3 seconds between first and second. So is the job done? Should Jordan Pepper be so relaxed? And then the tail nearly went around down there for Matteo Caroli. Oof.
No, that was right.
Oh, no, it's further back.
That's a Barwell
It's a
car
Barwell
with the
car.
991. So that was just a little bit of contact. So the Barwell Lamborghini got sideways momentarily. And then you got the Century Motorsport. And that'll be, I think, Jake Dennis behind the wheel.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, Sandy Mitchell, Jake Dennis in the mix, and Jake gaining another place there. But good to see some drivers scrapping all the way down the order, but the Lamborghini is far from finished. And certainly you'd look at Sandy Mitchell's race career, and he won't be backing out. He'll be chasing on up the road after Jake Dennis.
He's going to see the back of Jake Dennis. Here we go down into... And was there a contact? There was contact, but it affected Sandy Mitchell, not Jake Dennis. So I don't know whether maybe Sandy Mitchell had to stand on the brakes big time to avoid a collision that might have been detrimental to both. But certainly the car did get sideways, and that caused the Lambo to lose its momentum off turn 8. But it's not long to get back into close proximity. So Jake Dennis knows he's got a fight in his hands from this young Scotsman.
Yeah, just looking to see who they're aiming at next. Theo Nuez, but he's a long distance up the track ahead of them. He's nearly 10 seconds to the good. And that's quite an ask for the pair of them.
I was talking to the Barwell team.
Well, here's a radio.
Keep an eye on the front right pressure. It can't be all good, it's all good. I touched the VM, I was up the inside, but his phone's in a bit. Yeah, copy. Get back with him. They may have a penalty. They may have a penalty.
Well, okay, that's very placatory words from the Barwell pit wall to say, right, no, you don't have a puncture. Set off over the car ahead. I tell you what, we'll give you a bit of incentive. The car in front might have a penalty. They're going to just say, get close enough and anything may come your way. But he's racing Jake Dennis. This is Sandy Mitchell, Jake Dennis, two of the fastest drivers in the lower half of the field, and they're trying to get towards the front half of the field.
I don't think there'll be a penalty for what happened down in turn 8 between the two cars. That's a racing incident. But also interesting, I talked to the Barwell team before the race got underway, and this is a bronze car. Now, Sandy Mitchell is a pro driver, and what the team have to do is adjust the car to enable the two bronze drivers to feel comfortable behind the wheel, whereas a pro driver would like the car to be much more on the front, much more on the nose. So the consequence of doing so in getting that compromise over the three drivers is probably losing up to 0.2 of a second a lap for Sandy Mitchell. And that's what happens when you put a pro with a couple of bronze drivers. And that happens all the way through the field. It's not just exclusive to the 78 Barwell Lamborghini.
No, exactly so, but under braking, he gets very close to tail of Jake Dennis's BMW into turn 1, and then you start arcing to the left, and turn 2 seems to go on forever. Waiting to get the power down, down it comes. The car up ahead, looks like they should be catching that. In terms of the car on track ahead of them, Theo Nue is some distance up, so it's someone else.
I mean, clearly, from the onboard camera, you can see Sandy Mitchell is able to come back very quickly on Jake Dennis, and looking at the two cars, currently I would say the Lamborghini looks the slightly quicker of the two cars in an overall lap time. And I mean, he's back now as close as he's been coming down the hill to the scene of that sort of moment, which caused Sandy Mitchell to get on the radio to say, is my left front tire okay, because he thought maybe they had contacted, cut the tire down, but everything's fine. So battle resumed.
Battle resumes. We've got plenty of time. Just over half an hour remains in this battle. This is over position in the bronze class. Third and fourth positions. The class is still being led by some distance by Dennis Marshall, the Rutronic Racing yellow and blue Porsche, which is running in, let me see, up in 23rd position overall.
The McLaren just gone out of picture. The Garage 59 has still got those body panels on the rear, acting like a pair of dihedral rear wings.
Well, they may catch on, they may be considered a little bit messy, but certainly it will be affecting the performance of that car. Right now, battle just continues to rage. This is the battle with the Ferrari that started 48th up to 9th, and Dries van Tor is the target. There is the tail end of the number 32 team WRT BMW, pushing on all the time, but again ahead of the Maxi Goetz is just staying clear. Bear in mind that Thomas Drouet drove the number 9 Mercedes and held up the train of cars, but no one got close enough to pass him. But Maxi Goetz is now trying to edge clear and just not have the threat from behind.
Alessandro Pierguidi, nevertheless, is hunting down Dries van Tor, and the Ferrari, again, these onboard shots give you an indication of what the driver's emotions. The back of the BMW swinging a little bit wide on the exit up at turn 12. Again, indicating to Pierguidi, maybe the rear tires in the BMW are beginning to yell enough. So I'll get myself into position. Careful not to overrun into the chicane. That will then cause you to have to lift off. Here now is where you do all the good work. Get yourself in position. Get on the throttle now. Drive the Ferrari off the corner and try and gain an extra couple of kilometers per hour. But I don't think on this occasion it's worked.
No, it doesn't appear to. Again, you get the visual out of the commentary box window. Yeah, there is a toe to be had, but just he's not quite close enough. Another half car length, it would have helped him out. The Ferrari is always very good come the end of the straight. Its sleeker body shape certainly gives it that better top speed. But Dries van Tor, well, he made the move past the Lamborghini.
But look at the back of the BM, it's moving around. And there's little, is it puffs of something coming from the back of it? I don't know, there's maybe dust on the track. But clearly the back of the BMW, and I know in previous events, there's been an issue about tyre pressures, and if you get a too high a tyre pressure, which can happen with tyre temperature, it will make the back of the car a lot less stable. And certainly we saw that back at Spa 24 on Sunday morning, where they were still running in wet tyres, and the wet tyre pressure went too high. The car was just sliding around, was tobogganing around the sort of the second sector of the Spa circuit.
And that's always a factor, you know, you get the huge temperature change through the course of running from day to night and night back to day. Here, of course, our temperature's been very consistent through the race. Track temperature 22 degrees, air temperature creeping up to 21 degrees, so not such a big swing. The big thing that is swinging is the tail of that BMW.
Oh, look at him coming up through the chicane there. I mean, Dries van Tor is having to hang on to the back of his BMW. It is not an easy ride. I love to see his emotions when he steps out of the car, because he'll know he's had a lot of work to do to retain his 8th position, and he's not in a position to challenge Max Goetz, who's one position ahead up the road. He's just hanging on to the tail of his BMW.
Absolutely so. Now in the very lead of the race, though, Franck Pereira continues to pull clear. He's over 4 seconds clear of Daniel Morad now. Daniel has got Lauren Heinrich closing in. He's only 7 seconds down. Can he do it? 28 minutes? I think it's an ask, but the Schumacher CLRT Porsche has been looking very handy throughout. And don't forget, so too is the 48 Mercedes, but Daniel Morad is not matching the pace of our race leader. This is one of the tightest battles in the field. This is the battle for 5th place overall. Marco Sorensen, the championship leading Aston Martin from Come To You Racing, being pushed very hard indeed by Marco Wittmann, who's still wondering, is there a penalty to be served for the car in front? They're not telling him. We don't know.
No, in the meantime, he's just got to keep push. And so the 7 Aston Martin, again, seems to be able to consolidate. It's what, just a second or so between himself and the 98 BMW.
And we've also just had a black and white warning flag for driver of car 51, Alessandro Pierguidi. We've just been riding with him, looking at the tail end of Dries van Tor's BMW. That may give a little bit of relief, because Alessandro Pierguidi's have to be a little more cautious in the remainder of this race.
Absolutely. I mean, another track limit abuse could see that car then getting a time penalty added to its race finish time. So that's a burden now that Pierguidi's got to deal with, as much as trying to think about how can I get ahead of Dries van Tor in 8th position.
All these things can add up. They may seem like small incidents, but it's a collective effort for the team, and to be able to just have the luxury of running wide occasionally if you're trying to make a passing manoeuvre, have that removed from you, and your cards are really crimped.
Back to Sandy Mitchell and Jake Dennis as they squabble their way around turns 1 and 2.
And absolutely no change between the pair of them. They're coming up across, getting closer and closer to Tia Nue, but the way they are fighting with each other Means they are slightly limiting each other as they give chase. In fact, the last lap was a relative disaster for them. I think they got rather too close to each other. Jake Dennis and Sandy Mitchell actually lost ground to Theo Nue's dynamic Porsche. So appearances can be deceptive, but whenever you're running in really, really close company, that is when you can squander time. Don't look as though they are at the moment, though. It's not quite close enough for Sandy Mitchell and the Lamborghini to challenge as they go down the hill to the hairpin. But every time into the hairpin at turn 8, the Lamborghini just is so much later on the brakes in the hands of Sandy Mitchell. And on screen at the moment, Patrick Kolb, car number 80. He's running outside the top 20 for Lion Speed. That's his own team, and tucked in behind the dynamic Porsche of Theo Nue, that's running one in third position in the silver class. But these are the cars that maybe, just maybe, Jake Dennis and Sandy Mitchell will catch before the end of this race. Yeah, this is 28th and 29th for overall position, but of course that isn't what their battle's all about here this afternoon. No, for example, Lion Speed are running in the bronze class, and they're running very well indeed. They're running second in the bronze class, so Patrick Kolb will be very, very pleased now. The car giving chase is in a different class entirely, in silver. I just saw Lauren Heinrich go out of frame as these two cars come into turn 1, and the gap between third and second is now down to 5.8 seconds. So Heinrich is closing in on that second place. It's Daniel Morad. Yeah, he really, the last handful of laps, he was getting fractions of a second. He's now starting to take rather more than that. On the previous lap, he took 7/10 of a second out of Daniel Morad. Morad falling away from Frank Pereira. So for the number 48 Mamba liveried MAN air filter car that was started by Lucas Auer. Great job from him and from Mauro Engel, but in the hands of Danny Morad, it's not quite as sweet, or maybe the point. Frank Pereira is squeezing every bit of life he possibly can and performance out of the 163 Lamborghini that's leading the race for the Grasser Racing team. Certainly that margin is going out, whereas Lauren Heinrich is closing in. Third may get towards the tail of second place, but 24 minutes, let's call a lap 2 minutes each, it's under that. That means he's only got another dozen laps to do so. And then, of course, there will be traffic. It may help, it may hinder. So there's one of the Garage 59 McLaren still dragging the damaged bodywork along with it, and this is again an opportunity for those that are directly behind the lead car. Oh, just watching just the back of the BMW. You always suspect it's about to give a sudden snap into oversteer. And now Pierre Guidi, of course, he's on notice. He cannot afford to have a further track limit abuse, because he will then potentially get a time penalty to be added to his race time. The last few laps, Maxi Götz, he got clear of this battle between the BMW of Dries Van Tor and the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, but he's been hauled right back in. There is the silver, black and orange Mercedes being caught by the BMW. This is 7th, 8th and 9th positions, Götz, Van Tor, Pierguidi. And also, Matteo Caroli is also now closing back onto the tail of the car we're riding on board now, the 51 Ferrari. It was a bit wide there for Pierre Guidi going up through the chicane. How soon we forget Matteo Caroli. Of course, he was ahead of the BMW and the Ferrari. They both got past. The classic moment when Dries Van Tor got past, put Caroli offline, and then that was the opportunity. But he is closing back in. The car had plenty of speed before. He's not let them get away. There was never any question of the overall pace. They were all but identical, this trio of cars. But the battle is clearly going to rage all the way to the end of this race. So, sort of the concertina effect we see with the car ahead, which is not on this battle, it's in a different battle. It's sort of not quite a walking wounded car, but it's still got good pace, good enough pace to make it difficult for Matty Götz to find a way past. Max Götz to get the Mercedes ahead of the McLaren coming down into turn 1. Dries Van Tor, now that again is not an overtaking maneuver, it's just to try and keep Max Götz on his toes. No, and all along, Maxi Götz, I think, must be just thinking, oh no, I thought I dropped you. Now you're coming in onto my tail, and Götz must be looking at the tail end of that, the McLaren in front of him, thinking, is that bodywork going to fall off? It's flapping loose, but it's on both sides of the rear, as you pointed out, John. It's got these dihedral planes now. But Dries Van Tor sensing an opportunity, he's thinking, if Max Götz can't make a good fist of getting past the McLaren, I may well force the issue and take an opportunity, maybe first of all create it and then take it. And so many of these moves, John, are considered for lap after lap as they're trying to just see where is the chink in the armour. Now, this McLaren has been running at very decent pace despite its bodywork, but would be slower than any of these runners would be running without it being there, but they cannot quite catch it. Maxi Goertz got close, he's fallen back, maybe he's trying to decide where he's making the move. But what's happening all the time, the clock is counting down, just over 20 minutes of this 3-hour race remaining. Adam Smalley's still just negotiating in front of them. He's a lap down in the 188 McLaren. But
Adam Smalley is a very, very useful driver in the Garage 59 lineup, so he's doing a stellar job with a sort of car with bits hanging off the back of it. They've been hanging off for the last 20 or more laps. And his pace, he's running at his own pace. Those behind haven't got enough pace to overtake. They've had the opportunity to catch, but not enough to pass. Again, Dries van Thor looking to get himself into position, thinking about not here, thinking about turn 1, or not turn 1, then the undercut through turn 2, maybe the long way around turn 2, or the undercut into turn 3, but not the long way around turn 3, because it's too dirty on the outside to take that chance.
Well, the race officials will be looking. Oh, and a little look at a dive from Dries van Thor, covered off by Maxi Goertz, but this could be the moment for Alessandro Pierguidi. No, not quite.
Then cut, switch back and try to get underneath the Mercedes. No, Goertz is, again, cute enough to know how much track on the outside he would use. So Dries van Thor read that, but look at Pierguidi all over the back of Dries van Thor, whose focus has always been get past the Mercedes, get past the Mercedes.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking that the officials will be looking at the bodywork on the rear of that 188 McLaren, but it hasn't actually changed position since it was dislodged a while ago. It's not. There's a little bit of it flapping around, but it's not getting any worse. If it is, they will bring it into the pits for sure. You cannot be going around with potentially dangerous bodywork that might liberate itself, but they'll have a close eye on that. But it hasn't changed for a good dozen laps or so.
Oh, you can hear the gearbox. Well, that was a standard on the nose moment for Alessandro Pierguidi, having to pull gears and at the same time get his foot well planted on the brake pedal. So this little group of cars fighting like mad all the way through 7th, 8th, 9th, now into 10th place. And I just wonder how far Thomas Neubauer is behind. He's only 2 seconds behind in the 71 Ferrari, the sister car to the one we're riding on with right now. So is it going to join in this battle for overall position?
You certainly would sense that would be the case, because these are all being marginally delayed, but a tenth of a second a lap can start to add up. But we've only got time for about 10 more laps in this race until the checkered flag will come out. Our race leader is 4.5 seconds clear. Fabulous battle. Brilliant drone shots into turns 16 and 17, 17 being the final corner. Then it's all about getting that clear exit, that acceleration as early as you possibly can, John, onto the start-finish straight, and see if you can get a bit closer for a drag. And I sense the Ferrari is of Pierguidi's a little bit closer to Van Thor. Would he be close enough to make a move?
5-second time penalty added to the final racing time for pit lane infringement, and 10 seconds to car 7 for unsafe release.
Okay, well that was the second one of there was the important one. We were waiting to find out if Marco Sorensen's car would be done for an unsafe release.
Contact between the BM and the Ferrari.
Okay, so I sensed the Ferrari had a better speed down the start-finish straight. He made a move into the first corner sequences, and between turns 2 and 3 there was contact there. And how much damage is Dries van Thor carrying? He's moved back ahead.
That's a wounded BMW. I think it maybe a left front tyre has been cut down because he's losing pace and he's going to be pumping into the pit lane, I suspect, at the end of lap 81, and that we didn't see the beginning of it. We only caught the very last of it in turn 3, and you can see that left front looks like it's actually out of line. Looks like it's tracking. Watch again and see what happens. Pierguidi, he's the third of these 3 cars. Now suddenly a lunge down the inside, and he gets past. Dries van Thor makes the undercut, trying to go the long way around, going into turn 2. The Ferrari's got the real estate. Now it's undercut again from Dries van Thor. He's carrying a bit more speed on the exit of 2. He's going to make a lunge down the inside, but the door is shut. And as Larry Grayson used to say, shut that door. And he did. And the penalty to Dries van Thor, I think, might be a damaged suspension.
Well, it could be, or a puncture. It happened very, very quickly. The car wasn't really knocked offline, but suddenly the car that started 48th, it's the 51 Ferrari, is deciding they're both Adam Smalley is now keeping out of the way of that battle. So they're moving up, but the point we were just making was that the car in 5th place, the championship leading number 7 Come2 Racing Aston Martin, has a penalty, 10 seconds penalty, and that will drop it some distance, some places back down. So we had the question from Marco Wittmann in the 98 BMW that was chasing, saying he was told they may have a penalty. Now he knows for sure they have, so he doesn't have to worry. Oh, now Dries van Tor cannot get turned in.
I mean, the suspension damage. He turned the wheel and the car just snapped immediately. So he's actually at pit lane entry, but that was a moment which he didn't really want to have after a huge amount of disappointment, having done a great job in defending and then finding himself undercut, overcut, and then trying to make the move down the inside, and the door did get closed. I mean, one might say firmly, and might also say fairly. Be interesting to get Dries van Thor's views as to whether he thought that was a viable or not move by the 51 Ferrari.
Yeah, well, clearly with damage there, the 32 Team WRT BMW sort of crabbing its way down to its garage by pit exit. 15 minutes on the clock remaining. There's nothing they can do. They were in the points. They're no longer in the points. Will they continue in the race? No. But that will be talked about afterwards. But
turn it off, get out, put the dollies under the car, put it back in the garage, bring the shutter doors down, and then we'll maybe have an argument a bit later as to whether the viability of what happened with the 51 and the 32. So
right, now we've been talking about will Daniel Morad hang on in 2nd place? The answer is he may, but he's been chased very hard by Lauren Heinrich in the number 22 Porsche, and again, just there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the 48 car. Maybe not. I think maybe a little bit of dust from running wide, but the gap has come down to 1.4 seconds, and with every moment it's coming down yet more. It's not wanting to play, Daniel Morad.
You could see the back of the car just slid wide as he got on the throttle. So whether that's an issue, a tire issue, or maybe he's got something that we have not been able to pick up upon, but clearly it's a tough ride for Daniel Morad. He's the 3rd driver in the stint there. You can see the differences over the previous 3 laps. Lap 80, 1.5 seconds, 1.25 seconds 81, and then 0.3 of a second on lap 82. But what is clear is Lauren Heinrich has got momentum and pace, and Daniel Morad is carrying maybe a little injury that we can't clearly see with the 48 man-filter Mercedes.
You know, one thing I'm just wondering if I can pop into the mix is the fact that that was a car that was hit at the first corner on the opening lap. Seemed to be fine in the hands of Lucas Auer and then Maro Engel, but maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of damage that's just gradually become clear to the driver.
It was the contact with the 48 and then the 96 Rotronic Porsche, the car that started from pole position, that saw that car's race virtually finish in turn 1. Oh, Vincent Voss coming to have a look at the car, and that is not a happy team principal.
Well, the gravels from that ride through the gravel, but the damage was before then, and shoulders down for Vincent Voss and his normally happy gang. Not today for them, I'm afraid.
Not been a good day. The best car they've got at the minute is Raffaele Marcello. He's just moved forward past Joseph Owenga. He's up to 18th position. Not what we're accustomed to from WRT.
Right, the front of the field. This is the battle we need to look at. It's number 48, Daniel Morad, in 2nd place. He's 6.7 seconds now down on Franck Pereira. So surely the Grasser Racing team can be looking forward to victory. But can the 48 Mercedes crew hang on to 2nd place? The gap's down to 1.2 seconds. Lauren Heinrich, Schumacher, SCLRT, Porsche closing all the time. It's a car that ran a solo in 3rd place in the first stint, solo with nobody near, in front or behind in the 2nd stint, and then in this 3rd stint is certainly given something to chase, and it may well just manage it.
Well, I suspect that the 22 Anashan Gavan and Boccolacci, they probably barely broke sweat during their stints. And now Lauren Heinrich has got the sniff of not just a podium, he's on the podium, assuming he doesn't lose a place, but he could be on the 2nd spot on the podium, which would be very sweet indeed for the Schumacher CLRT race team Porsche.
Well, it will, because it's a newly rebanded team, and they haven't scored any points in the first 2 rounds. So not only would a podium give them Comi Ledegaard's team a real fillip, but it would also give the drivers an absolute boost and start propelling them up the championship table. With 5 rounds of this championship, you really need to be scoring well in all of them to have a chance of taking a good position at the end of the season. But any stumble, and they've already had one, would really hurt them.
So the gap was 1.2 seconds the previous lap to come across the line. Now, second Mercedes, third Porsche, gap as they clear 0.8 of a second. Ooh.
Where is the traffic going to fall across their path for Franck Pereira, building on the work of Jordan Pepper and Marco Mappelli? He's 6.7 seconds clear. He's safe, but there is traffic in front of the nose of the yellow number 48 Mercedes. Is it going to fall kindly for them? And the worst thing for them, it's two cars fighting for position.
No, it's not two cars. It's two fellow Mercedes fighting for position.
Ah, you're such a politician, John.
So will they be kind to Daniel Morad, or are they engaged in their own battle? But look, the Porsche gap, 0.3 of a second on the last lap. The best is plus 3.7. So status quo as the Aston Martin slowing. Was that an Aston Martin is slowing down, coming down the hill? I'm just looking. That's not in the race. That's a separate car. But here is the second place Mercedes and the third place Porsche.
Yeah, I think they're catching James Kell, the red Mercedes. That should therefore be car number 3. That's a car that is running in the silver class, down in 7th position in class. So he can afford to move out of the way because he's not likely to be heading to a huge helping of points. But he doesn't want to give up too much ground. That is the championship leading car in the bronze class, sorry, the silver class. That red Mercedes, now right upon it. But has he seen it? And more to the point, where is he going to move over to? Is he going to interrupt the flow worse for 48? 48 flashing the lights, is pressing on in second place. Daniel Morad doesn't want to lose another 1/10 of a second. He doesn't want to get the Laurin Heinrich Porsche right onto his tail, but I think that's what's precisely going to happen.
It certainly is going through the chicane, so that's a frustration for Daniel Morad because it's dragged Laurin Heinrich right now into potential a preparation for an overtake if he can maintain the aero slipstream down, the start-finish straight. So what will Morad do? Will he go defensive and move to the middle of the racetrack? And he's moving over a little bit. Heinrich following him. He's going to dive down the inside. Cuts back, so the Get Speed Mercedes, the red car, gets out of the way. Now, they cut back. Can he get under the Mercedes on the exit of turn 2? And he's got the pace to get alongside. It's going to be given the ground. Well, yes, he is. He's just about got himself. But Morad is in the right place for turn 4. And Heinrich's going to be run out off the racetrack. He had nowhere to go. He just had a nook. Now the defence is really getting heated between the Mercedes and the Porsche.
Well, Daniel Morad, the Canadian, did just enough to hold on to that position, but they can afford to lose a little bit of time because Ricardo Feller in 4th place is, oh gosh, nearly 20 seconds back. But out front, Franck Pereira looking safer and safer. But one person who's not safe is Daniel Morad because this charge has been coming, bear in mind, just after the second round of pit stops, it was about 12 seconds between these cars. So it's been a really fantastic run for Laurin Heinrich giving chase, but he just persisted. He largely was on his own. He just kept on coming forward, but also Daniel Morad's been going backwards a little bit. He's fallen off the tail, unfortunately for him, of the race leader, but now he's going to have a desperate fight in the final 8 minutes to see if he can hang on to second place.
Yeah, I think it's more a question of Daniel Morad has sort of backed himself into the Porsche as much as the Porsche's run itself up to the rear of the Mercedes. So we saw Daniel Morad fall away. He's now 7.3 seconds behind the race leader. And Laurin Heinrich, and as all 3 drivers in this 22 Porsche have just been literally hit the spots every time, make no errors. The pit stops have been good. Just keep a metronomic pace, and the potential for a second place finish is realistic.
Okay, let's talk about the story. Well, nothing they could do for Lugiauer and all the teammates just sitting in the pit garages hoping their teammates can finish the job. But just a point I want to make right now, Alessandro Piaghidi's car, number 51 Ferrari from AF Corsa, started 48th after not setting a 3rd time in qualifying. Penultimate row of the grid. It's up in 8th position. However, I don't like trying to build up the drama here. It is under investigation at the moment for an incident that was with, of course, with number 32, the BMW of Dries van Tor, still being considered at the moment.
Again, now watch Heinrich. He's looking for the Aston's done the right thing. It's pulled over, so nothing to be lost, nothing to be gained. Heinrich on the headlights, those Porsche laser headlights that burn the paint off the back of the Mercedes. Or maybe it's a wrap. Let's call it a wrap.
It's a wrap. Show over. Down the hill they come. What is the traffic lying up ahead as they get down to the hairpin? None whatsoever. Now diving deep, deep, deep into the corner. Anything he can do. But I think Daniel Mored's a tough, gritty individual. He's going to be doing his utmost to make sure he can stay there. And then we might finally see a smile back on the face of Mauro Engel. But he knows in the pit garage there's nothing he can do. There's nothing that Luca Auer can do. They've just got to leave it in the hands of the Canadian. Very popular driver, Daniel Morad. But he'll be even more popular with them if he can hold on to this second place.
6 minutes remaining. You're looking at probably just under either 3 and a bit or 4 laps, but more likely 3 laps. So the clock ticking down. So as Daniel Morad gets to the conclusion, he's probably feeling, well, how quickly can those 6 minutes go?
10 second
make it
time
any shorter.
penalty added to the final racing time to car 3 for causing a collision with car 93 in turn 2 at 15:50.
Okay, well that's punishment for James Kell's car. That's running in 39th position. They'll have to take their punishment and suck that one up. But what we're looking at now is a relentless attack in the battle for second place. Lauren Heinrich has caught, closed right onto the tail of Daniel Morad, but that number 48 Mercedes, there's Mauro Engel, doesn't really want to look at the screens. But I'd say the last 2 laps have shown that Daniel can really resist very well indeed.
I think when he started his stint, I think he was a little bit apprehensive, a bit cautious, maybe slightly overcautious, because he didn't want to do anything that would have a bearing on his car's overall potential position. I think as he's driven through this event, he's driven himself in to be comfortable, to be able to attack, to be able to defend. And I mean, the attack from Lauren Heinrich has been remorseless for the last, 8 or 10 laps. So he's doing an excellent job for his teammates.
Yeah, but what he's done, he's done the chasing, he's done the catching. Now he's got to do the passing, and Daniel Morad is not giving too much of a hint of a gap at the moment. With every lap, though, the clock is counting down. 4.5 minutes remain in this 3-hour race, and our race leader is the best part of 10 seconds clear now. 9.4 seconds clear for Franck Pereira. These 2 drivers don't care where he is, they just care where each other driver.
That was a big commitment coming through the chicane for Daniel Morad. The Mercedes was over the curb, and Porsche followed more or less on its wheel tracks. But again, Heinrich is building an attack. It's difficult to see where the opportunity will arise on this part of the racetrack. The gap between the 2 cars, probably the best part of 2 car lengths. As we go back to our race leader.
Well, let's go through. Outright leader is the 163 Lamborghini. Franck Pereira sitting on an advantage of getting on towards 10 seconds. Surely the race is in the bag for him. Outright victory and victory in the Pro class. And the 2nd and 3rd place cars only now in the background of the shot, coming onto the start-finish straight, and it's still the Mercedes of Daniel Morad holding off Lauren Heinrich. Is Heinrich close enough to get a toe down the straight? No, not really, surely, but if he's not diving down the inside this time, he's having a look. He's going to have to do it next time. He's got the nose alongside. He's shoveled Daniel Morad out of the way. For half a second, it looks like he was going to hold back John, and then he made the dive, and now it's all happiness down at Comey Lenegard's
I mean, it was almost a will I, won't I, will I, won't I, and Morad was also thinking, will he, won't he? Now he's having a lunge into turn 3, and both drivers weren't certain if either driver was either willing to or unwilling to accept whatever might be the outcome. But finally, Lauren Heinrich, and look at the face, the stony look on the face of Lucas Auer and Mauro Engel. They've done their business behind the wheel, and that was hard racing, but fair racing from both the Porsche and the Mercedes drivers.
Yeah, absolutely so. When it was clear that actually Lauren Heinrich was coming, Daniel Morad did not slam the door in his face, because that could have led to both of those cars being pitched off into the gravel. But we have had that change late in the race. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining. Now going down through the classing, the Gold Cup is being led by Gilles Magnus. They were leading it on points easily when they came here, and on the track suitably clear at the front of the field. So it's been a really, really good run for Santalot Racing. In the Silver Cup class, it's Cesar Gazzo for Boots and VDS, having a great run in their Mercedes. And in the Bronze class, it's been a dominant run. We'll get to that in a second. Here we have the field coming up. In the Bronze class, it's been very, very tidy for Dennis Marshall and Rutronic Racing.
Just under 2 minutes remaining, so it will be this lap. There we have the Bronze Cup leader.
There he is. It's well clear. That's running in the hands of Dennis Marshall in 22nd position. 6 places clear of Patrick Kolb, who's still holding on for now, but he's under a degree of pressure from Jake Dennis, but I think he's done enough for Lion Speed GP. But for Rutronic Racing, bear in mind their lead car was taken out on the opening lap of the race when it was leading from pole position. This is at least some consolation for Rutronic Racing.
Yes, I mean, the team were looking at a potential overall victory. They've got a class victory here, but that's no compensation for what arose on the entry into turn 1 on the opening lap, and sadly Patrick Niederhauser was a victim of circumstance. He hadn't done anything wrong. It was just a very overambitious move by Vidales in the 71 Ferrari that set off a chain reaction that ended up in the 96 having to be retired.
So here we are going around the final lap. It's cruise and coast to an extent with the 10-second margin. Franck Pereira can just enjoy this. He can celebrate as he runs through to the finish, and his teammates sitting in the pit garage, and Gottfried Grasser and the team can celebrate very soon indeed. Franck Pereira brings it home. Marco Mappelli did the middle stint, but Jordan Pepper was the driver who got it going at the start, and those who got clear of that first corner incident were given an instant buffer. The first 3 cars got away, and they are the 3 cars that are going to finish in the top 3 positions, albeit with Lauren Heinrich in the Schumacher CLRT Porsche moving ahead of the 48 Mercedes to take second place. But it's looked fantastic for the Grasser Racing team all meeting long. Wet conditions, greasy conditions, poor weather, and they have tied it all together.
10-second time penalty for causing a collision. Car 90, 10-second time penalty for causing a collision with car 12 at turn 2.
Okay, well that is late penalties. May not be the last, but that's car number 90 causing a collision. That's the Mad Panda Motorsport car that was running 5th in the Silver Cup class. The checkered flag is waved. Victory is secured by 163 Franck Pereira, and they're rather happy at Grasser Racing Team. Look at that. Absolute joy for them. In the end, it'd be about 10 seconds, 9.6 seconds over Lauren Heinrich for Schumacher CLRT. Lights flashing on his Porsche. 3rd place is Daniel Morad. So at least the 48 Mercedes crew for Winwood Racing get a podium position. They would have liked more, but it was a great chase. And the chasing is still going on down the order. Doesn't seem to matter. This is the 991 Jake Dennis driven BMW trying to take one of the positions in the bronze class, trying to get there. 2nd place in bronze class, lights flashing Patrick Kolb. And the BMW stays just in front of Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini. So Barwell just missing a podium in the bronze class. But joy unbounded at Grasser Racing Team.
And Gottfried Grasser, look, smile on his face, and he's, to say delighted, well, maybe that's the understatement here of the afternoon, but a great job by the Grasser Racing Team. Delighted with the victory, well earned, well executed.
Yeah, very, very well done indeed, and with a few penalties moving people down the order. Obviously the number 7, Marco Sorensen driven car, the championship leading Aston Martin, that was clobbered with a penalty, so we will adjust positions after the race. Still some penalties coming in. But looking at number 10 now, this is the car that's coming through to win the silver class. It's the Mercedes there from Boots and VDS. They've had an increasingly good year. 16th place overall, just behind Gilles Magnus, who won the Gold Cup class. So Gold and Silver Cup class winners charging through 15th and 16th position, getting the job done. And just to reiterate, Rutronic with their Porsche, here it is coming down, the final class winner, that's in the bronze class. And a very tidy run for them. 22nd position overall to take their victory. But it's Jordan Pepper and Marco Mappelli walking tall. Yes. They played their part in a fantastic win. They were very much at the front end of the field, a little bit of fortune in the opening lap, and Jordan Pepper said, I steered clear of it. He did more than that. He then stretched clear, chased very hard indeed by Lucas Auer. And the best of the rest was the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, and right at the end of the race that did actually move up into 2nd position. But John, that was a race full of incident.
Yeah, it was a very good race in fact, but the 163 Lamborghini, it was all teed up by the incident occurred in turn 1, and that set off a chain reaction, but Jordan Pepper stayed clear of it. That's the key. Didn't get involved, didn't get tagged, and from the moment Jordan then set off on that first lap, effectively this car has been unchallenged all the way through. And across all 3 drivers, they've done an excellent job. And the car is coming back, I would suspect. It's probably as clean as, not as clean, but certainly undamaged as it was. That's interesting. doing a bit of lawn mowing. I don't know why that would be the case. But
earning a little bit of money on the Sunday for a bit of gardening. But those first 3 cars, they got clear with that first corner incident and actually ran relatively unpressured, with the exception of that immense battle between first and second, particularly with Lucas Auer, and then Maro Engel really pressing. Has he got a problem there?
I wonder, is he low on fuel? He's trying to make the circuit as short as possible. I don't know, I mean, that's only a thought, but it looks like the car is almost grinding itself to a standstill.
Yes, you wouldn't voluntarily otherwise stick your wheels over the curb onto the grass. You never know what sort of debris you may pick up there, but I cannot see anything visually wrong with that. Maybe Franck Pereira is just overcome with excitement and just wants to savour the drive-in. He's composing his victor's speech, but we do need to get it back. Now you could be right on the money about the not having enough fuel. He's trying to keep out the way.
I mean, it's certainly an unusual thing for a driver to do, to run the car part of the offside front and rear wheel on the grass on the verge of the racetrack. I've never seen a driver do that unless there's a reason why he felt that I need to be, well, maybe when we get him into the winner's circle, we can get a camera and a microphone and he can explain why.
Well, he's got into the pit lane and we got almost all the cars back that we sent out. We sent 50 cars out to play. Herbert Motorsport got taken out on the formation lap, so they didn't get to play. And we lost a few others, but most notably the Rutronic Racing Porsche, but there to pick up the pieces, but do it in great style. Gottfried Grasser's 163 gang, Jordan Pepper, Marco Mappelli, and the driver bringing it home. He's just toying with them. Franck Pereira about to pull up by the number 1, the victory arch, the position of glory, and hard earned here on a warm Sunday at the Nürburgring. The drama is over. We know the identity of the victors, and applause all around. Pat the bonnet, pat the driver. Out he comes, and Franck Pereira leaping up in joy there.
Well, this car has been a quick car basically all through the year. I remember thinking back to Spa, how quick the car performed. Gottfried Grasser joins in the trio of drivers, and I suspect there'll be a bit of Austrian celebrating. Just hope they stay off the schnapps.
Well, it's going to be a very happy crew just waiting for. You always get this moment, don't you? The driver who comes out, they're being applauded, they're being patted on the back. They've got to do the thing they'd like to do most, which is get their helmet off, get their head back out into fresh air. But the car, as you said, John, looks as clean as can be since the start of the race. It ran clear. Frank's out of his helmet. A little chance to breathe, and very soon we'll get down to those winning interviews. But they will be a very, very happy crew of drivers, and quite rightly so. Jordan Pepper, Marco Mappelli and Franck Pereira. Victors here in the 3rd endurance round of Fanatec GT Europe for 2024. The only damage to the car is a little bit of fly spatter on the nose. So let's go down. Gottfried Grasser's gang of Mappelli, Pepper and Franck Pereira, the winners.
Jordan, Marco, Franck, as the sun shines down on you, congratulations. What a perfectly executed race from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it was top job, honestly, by the team. Yeah, they gave us a great car in qualifying this morning. We did the best we could. Starting P3 was honestly, worked out perfectly for us, you know. Managed to get the lead after turn 2, put my head down, and obviously had the pressure from behind, but just proud of the team, honestly, really proud of Lamborghini, really proud of the job that they keep doing, and obviously the biggest credit goes out to my 2 teammates. They were incredible today. They absorbed the pressure when it needed to be done, and yeah, Frank just brought it home at the end quite convincingly, so it was really good to see.
And how did it feel to bring it home? Such a huge moment for the team.
Not really happy, really proud of my mates. They did an amazing job. You know, I think we want a bit of revenge after Spa because I think we were so strong there, but everyone did an amazing job, Grasser, Lamborghini. So, yeah, you know, to do the end is a bit of pressure you have to keep, and we know that he was so close to the Merc, and he came out in front of me on the pit, so I just crossed in the exit, and then I just tried to be safe and push, and yeah, it's good. But really proud of everyone. It's a team.
Yeah, nothing to add. Credit to the team. They did an amazing job. The preparation of the car since Paul Ricard has been great. I think Jordan learned how to start after last year, so I'm happy for him because he's as strong as any one of us, and he deserved this win like us and like the team.
You all deserve this win. Congratulations, guys.
So a very, very happy camp there, John, and quite rightly so. They did resist a lot of pressure through those first two stints, but they came good. They resisted all the charge from the 48 Mercedes, and what a strong trio of drivers.
Well, you've got a great driver lineup. You've got a really, really good car, a car that seems to work. In all conditions, we saw certainly in practice on Saturday morning when track conditions weren't good, this car was delivering pace, and all three jumped in and delivered, even though there was pressure from the 48 Mercedes all the way through up until really the start of the third stint, and Daniel Murat did a good job, and once he got his head around, driving, but nothing was able to keep the 63. Frank Pereira, his stint, just he's able to draw away very comfortably indeed, and then ultimately it was Lauren Heinrich who took that second place away from the 48 Mercedes.
Yeah, right there at the end, it was a chase that was worth chasing for. Schumacher CLRT taking that second place with their black number 22 Porsche, and a real chase was rewarded. But top marks, all three teams. Commiseration to those that managed to spoil their races with penalties, but the rules are there for a reason. But there was some great racing, and turn one was always such an exciting starting point to a sequence of corners. Let's go down to our winners in the Cold Cup. It's the Santalok Racing crew, the crew from car number 25.
Jim, Gilles, Paul, our gold winners. Congratulations. That was a really well-controlled race. You really held your own there in the midst of some chaos.
Yeah, the first one was really good. Amazing day for us, for the team, for this guy and this guy. It was amazing. No, we lead the championships. Really good.
Yeah, another win. Great. I mean, job was done already. I just had to bring it home calmly. He did the job, and I just brought it home. I had nothing to do today.
Yeah, it was a great race. The pole was good this morning. After the start, we were P2, and then we could come back, and at the end we just managed to come back with the car and with the P1. So we are really happy.
You should be. Congratulations, guys.
Job well done, but it must be said that they weren't that far clear of Mikko Grenier's car, the 777, but Santalok Racing had just looked good all weekend. It didn't matter if the track was wet, it was dry. Gilles Magnus in particular put in some really supreme laps. He was the driver being modest at the end. I just had to bring it home, but bring it home he did. 15th overall, and victory by 2 places on the track ahead of Mikko Grenier's 777 Mercedes.
Yeah, and Santalok again proving that the Audi R8 LMS is still a very, very effective race car, especially in the category that this is not an overall winning car, but they're there to win the category, and that's their achievement.
So that was our gold winners. Let's hear from our silver winners.
Aurélien Roey, congratulations. You were really, really dominant in your class there.
Yeah, I mean, the team have made a huge step, and we felt like we had a bit of a chip on our shoulder from Spa. So we had to show everybody what we deserved from then, and I think we proved it.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great day, great quality this morning. The race was perfect. I mean, Roy did a great start. Yeah, thanks to the team, and let's continue to push for this championship.
Yeah, great day for us. Paul leading all the lap in class during the race and finishing by the win, so really happy. All the team here deserve it after the Spa and all the races that we had. So yeah, really happy. We are back in the championship, so let's drag.
You really do deserve it, guys. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
So that was the Boots and VDS trio of Cesar Gazzo, Rui Meohas and Aurélien Panis, and they did not put a wheel wrong. But you know what? They won their class not by 1 or 2 positions on the track. They won it by 9 places, finishing up in 16th place overall. The next best car was the Colin Carasani finished, number 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes, but they were just supreme. They were able to mix with drivers in the higher classes and do it consistently.
Yeah, it's a good, I mean, again, you would say solid performance. It was better than a solid performance. It was an outstanding performance. And again, great job by the Boots and VDS team, getting everything really sort of their preparation and then the execution.
Well, busy place. Here are the results at the end. Victory by nearly 10 seconds for Frank Pereira, Marco Mappelli and Jordan Pepper for the Grasser Racing team with their Lamborghini. Right at the end, Schumacher CLRT with their Porsche, driven at the end by Lauren Heinrich, moved ahead into second place, just getting past the Mercedes that had run so well, the car 48 from Winward Racing. Lucas Auer, Daniel Morad and Mauro Engel, they had to settle for third place overall. And a really quiet run for Ricardo Feller, Alex Arca and Christopher Haase. They moved up to fourth place. A penalty for the number 5 Aston Martin has dropped it down from 5th to 6th, and 6th to 5th has gone Philippe Eng, Nick Yaloli and Marco Wittmann in their Rover Racing BMW. Moving down to the classes, we've got the Gold Cup winner Jim Pla, Paul Everard and Gilles Magnus down in 15th place overall. The Silver Cup winners, we've just heard from them, they were 16th overall, and the winners in the bronze class came home in 22nd position overall. It's Dustin Blattner, Dennis Marshall who brought it home, and Luke Hartog. They took the class honours there. All 4 classes represented in the field of 50 cars. Cracking race, and we got, I would suggest, 45 of them home in an instant-packed 3 hours here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, it was a really, I mean, I think a great race to watch. A lot of battles going all the way through, not just for the overall lead, but in the 4 different categories as we look again at our overall winners. Frank Pereira, Marco Mappelli and Jordan Pepper. And I mean, I think Gottfried Grasser, his smile summed up their performance.
Certainly did. No, and very late in the race, we lost the number 32 Team WRT BMW. Had a bit of a clash with the number 51 Ferrari that moved from 48th up to 8th position. So one driver getting lucky, one getting unlucky. But the podium ceremony is about to commence. But we had very dull weather yesterday, but now we had the perfect stage set. Summer, sunshine, not too hot, not too windy, all perfect here at the
if you wanted an ideal race day at Nürburgring, today was that day.
So the drivers with many, many stories to exchange down there behind the podium, and as we have 4 classes, there will be 4 podium ceremonies. At least one of the Rutronic crews is there. You can see in the middle of the background, they won the bronze class, the tall figure of Luke Hartog with his back to us, but the winning crew, the Lamborghini crew, will be going out first onto the podium, and they worked so hard today and did not put a wheel wrong. We have to remember there was so much pressure for certainly through those first 2 stints. Daniel Morad couldn't keep the 48 Mercedes crew quite in the hunt, but it was also down to the sheer excellence of all 3 of those Lamborghini drivers.
Little calculations going on between the second place and the first place winners, and yeah, we could have caught you if we had been able to get clear, or had been pushed maybe a little bit harder, maybe they weren't able to. But of course, all these stories unfold, and there's a bit of gamesmanship goes into all this. Yeah, we had a car, but didn't quite get the brakes we needed.
Okay, the crew coming out in 3rd place. They were second for so long. It's Daniel Morad. It's Mauro Engel and Lucas Auer who pushed so hard in the opening stint in their Winward Racing Mercedes, just pipped at the end by the crew that's coming out now from Schumacher CLRT. Lauren Heinrich brought it home, but it was started by Hanschen Guven and Bocco, Dorian Boccolacci. But out onto the top step, Frank Pereira, he's been there before, but it's been a short while, and he's now back up there. Jordan Pepper and Marco Mappelli. Victory for the Grasser Racing team. So a little blast of the Austrian national anthem for the winning team, for Gottfried Grasser's team, and for Lamborghini. Victory, 3rd place, but it's points in the bag for Winward Racing, the 48 crew. Mauro Engel can crack a smile now, but being the competitive animal he is, that would have hurt that they lost 2nd place close to the end. But it's about putting points in the bank across the course of this championship, and some of their title rivals have taken a bit of a tumble today, so that will move them up the order just a little bit. It will help them towards the front, but not as yet. Certainly with a 10-point lead coming into here, the number 7 Aston Martin crew ought to still be at the very front of the championship after this one. And the biggest trophies to the drivers that had the biggest success here are winners on the top step of the podium. Frank Pereira, Jordan Pepper and Marco Mappelli. Trophies aloft, delighted with their performance, and their mechanics and pit crew cheering them to the rafters from down below. And so they know what comes next. They've had the trophies, they've got the time for spray, and we've got 3 more podium ceremonies to follow. But for Gottfried Gottfried Graffer's gang, the Lamborghini crew, they came out on top today, and it was hard work, but they did not, John Watson, put a wheel out of place.
Well, not only on the racetrack, they didn't put a wheel out of place during those 2 pit stops where the driver changed, the tyres, wheels were changed, refueling. And I mean, it's easy on a racetrack to make or lose positions, but I guarantee you can certainly win or lose positions in the pit lane. And we know from previous years that teams have been out of position and then magic pit stops, and they suddenly find themselves, by not overtaking on the racetrack or on the actual surface of the racetrack, but in the pit lane. And Grasser Racing did it perfectly, both on the racetrack and in the pit lane.
None of them seem to want to leave the podium, and they worked hard today, but all 3 crews have gathered useful collections of points. 25 points for victory in the regular 3-hour race, 18 for second, 15 for third. So that will propel them up the order. But championship leaders today, they ended up with a penalty down in 6th place, so they will only gather 8 points, and that will knock them back a bit, but they came here with a 10-point lead, so they'll still be leading as they leave the Nürburgring. Let's refresh our memory. Here is the championship points. 54 points for the number 7 crew that I was talking about from Come To You Racing. Christopher Haase, Ricardo Feller, 4, and Alex Sarko, 4th place for them today, moves them to 2nd overall. Just 1 point clear of today's winners: Jordan Pepper, Marco Mappelli, and Franck Pereira. Dan Harper, Augusto Farfus, and Max Hess fall down from 2nd to 4th overall because they didn't gather a lot of points today. In fact, they ended up 1 place beyond the points in 11th. But the overall leader is Come To You Racing with the Aston Martin crew, and sitting top, Nicky T, Marco Sorensen, smiling away with Matthias Drudy. They still gathered points. 2 more rounds to clinch the Endurance Championship. Can they stay there? Well, time will tell. A lot to digest today, and a lot of it down across the classes, but looking at Sansalot Racing in the gold class, they are just reigning supreme. They came here with only a 1-point advantage, but Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus and Jim Pla took victory in class today, and that will certainly help extend their lead. So we're about to welcome the 3 crews in the gold class. Starting with the number 77 Mercedes crew coming out. They have taken 3rd place. That's Barwell, sorry, that's beg your pardon, it's the Hout Racing Team Mercedes crew of Arjun Maini, Yusuf Awega and Michele Beretta. Coming out for 2nd place, it's the Treble 7 crew, another Mercedes crew, Al Faisal, Al Zubair, Dominic Baumann and Michael Grenier. They really got quite close at the end, but victory went to that Sansalot Racing crew. So the Marseillaise rings out for Sansalot Racing, and the drivers standing proudly on the top step. Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus and Jim Pla. Busy work with the trophies going out to the 3rd place crew. And again, it's all about gathering the points across the 5 rounds of the championship, so that will change the positions around a little bit. But not in terms of the lead in the gold class, because Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus and Jim Pla came here with the lead. They've extended it comprehensively. And the winning crew finished 15th place overall, just a whisker behind the 159 Aston Martin from the pro class. So they're had a very, very good run here. And for Sansalot Racing, it's another success with their flying Audis. And again, good to see that spread of national flags hanging up above the podium there, with the Omani flag on the left-hand side for Al Manar Racing, due to Al Faisal Al Zubar being the Omani driver in that team and putting that whole outfit together. And they're preparing to flee the podium, but for Jim Pla and the gang, they're quite happy to spray the bubbly up on the top step. Victory in the gold class. And taking a look at the points, well, they're now 9 points clear. They came here with a small advantage and turned it into a much more comfortable margin. Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus, Jim Pla, Santalot Racing, second place today. I mean, still healthy points for Al Faisal, Al Zubair, Dominic Byman and Michael Grenier. And the third crew up on the podium, also third in the points, but some distance behind, down in 51 points. Arjun Maini, Michele Beretta and Yusuf Owega. So this one looks like it could run all the way to the end of the series. One little slip up from either Santalot Racing or Almanar Racing, and the lead could change all over again, but neither team did anything wrong this meeting at all. And Cesar Gazo, as we look on towards the Silver Cup, had a fantastic finish to the race, and he kept that number 10 Boutsen VDS Mercedes at the head of the silver class pack, and it was a job very, very well done, and they were suitably happy when interviewed before going up onto the podium, and that was the trio Cesar Gazo, Rui Meujas and second generation racer Aurélien Panis, and they mixed it with the big players today.
Yes, again a very strong performance, totally professional from all three drivers, and thoroughly deserved podium for their efforts this afternoon.
Yep, third place on the podium in the Silver Class Dynamic GT Porsche racers Job Rapanga, Marius Nacken and Christopher Zirkling. Second place, the number 57 crew. I'll come to them in a second because the national anthem rings out for the winning team. So Winwood Racing in second place, but the victors, as we know, we can hear the applause ringing out for the winners in class, in the silver class. The number 10 crew from Boutsen VDS, Cesar Gazo, Roy Meujas, second place Winwood Racing, car number 57, and the drivers on board there. Had a good run, couldn't quite get close enough to close down at the end, and that was Tanat Satyan Tirikul, Dan Arrow and Colin Karasani. They did well because they came from the very, very back of the grid after having damage in the first qualifying session. So 50th, eventually up, well up the order to finish suitably high in the Silver Cup. Their final position was 25th, so they did well, gained half the field.
Yes, I mean, it's not easy coming from the back of the field. It's one thing if you're a pro car and you know you've got that natural overall pace, and that's a 51 Ferrari was an example of what can be achieved. You know, you're set back, you're put in the back of the field, and you think, oh, 3 hours, what am I going to do? How am I going to make progress? Well, just focus on it and get the job done.
It's not much to ask, is it? Keep your nose clean. They would have gained several positions at the first corner because there was that sort out. Then it turned 3 on the opening lap, but it was keeping out of trouble. The Pirelli Awards coming out for the Silver Cup runners, and gratefully received by all the crews. Now it's time for the podium ceremony to move to the stage of firing champagne. We've still got the Bronze Cup as well to come out onto the podium. It's been a busy, busy day, a busy packed weekend. Testing on Friday, more testing and practice in dreadful conditions yesterday, greasy, grey, limited vision, and today sunshine has been with us ever since the start. We started the race at 3 o'clock, we finished at 6, and we've had some cracking class battles. They've all put points in their piggy bank for their respective championship challenges, and that's what it's all about. It's not just about outright victory. Let's see how that's affected the Silver Cup class, and that second place today in class for Colin Karasani, Dan Arrow, has given them a 20-point lead for Winwood Racing, but victory has closed the gap a little bit for Aurélien Panis, Roy Meujas and Cesar Gazo. James Kell, Anthony Bartone and Yannick Mettler came here leading the class, but they didn't have the dream result, ended down in 7th position in class, so they've slipped from the lead. They may well be able to fight their way back, but for Colin Karasani, Dan Arrow, the 2 Dutch racers, and the Thai racer Tanat Satyan Tirikul, a 20-point lead is looking very, very good indeed for them. And in the Bronze Cup, it was Rutronic Racing all the way. It made up for their sister car that started on the outright pole position, being taken out in the first few corners of the race. And for the 97 crew, they were slick. They just kept on pressing on. They were mixing with some of the higher crews in the higher classes, but Dennis Marshall brought it home. Luke Hartog and Dustin Blatney, the American racer who kicked it off. They will be suitably proud. And get well soon, Anton, is the message across the rear of their car. And again, beautiful lines, John, as they go now out of turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, you watch these sort of slow-mo shots of all the different categories, and you can't really tell whether one's a pro, a gold, a silver, or a bronze. They're all effectively doing much the same thing. The difference ultimately is that the overall pace of the various different 4 categories, it's maybe about a second and a half per lap. But of course, it all builds during the period of a 3-hour race. So we get the bronze winners here onto the podium.
Yeah, well, we
then get that all done and dusted. And this event will be sort of over as we got all these supercars lapping to keep the crowds that are still hanging around entertained. Certainly the noise they generate is spectacular.
Well, it certainly is, and there was actually a change on the final lap of the race. Barwell Motorsport getting their Lamborghini up into 3rd place in the bronze class, but it was the Rutronic crew on the top step that are celebrating the most. So victors to the victors, the sport. Now let's have a flick back to the highlights of the race, and it was a very clean start for Rutronics Racing's Patrick Niederhauser. He had the job done down into turn 1, but then this happened. A red and yellow Ferrari from about 7th. David Vidales fired up the inside, clattered into him, knocked him into the number 48 Mercedes, and it still looks as though it was going to be okay for Patrick Niederhauser. He'd lost the lead of the race, but unfortunately his car was not well, and that was it, over and out. And then it came the round of pit stops, and the 48 car had been chasing the Mercedes, hunting down the 163 Lamborghini, and all race it seemed to be that one Lamborghini and the 32 BMW were fighting all the time. It didn't seem to matter who was driving at which time, but eventually Dries van Tor managed to make a move that got through, but really classic scrapping. Earlier it had been Sheldon van der Linde against Andrea Caldarelli, but it was the pit stops that were super clean. This is the final pit stop, and the 48 Mercedes comes out ahead just of the 163 Lamborghini, but had cold tyres relative to the Lamborghini that pitted a lap earlier. That meant Franck Pereira swept into the lead, and he was not going to be removed thereafter. The 51 Ferrari, this came from 48th after a disaster in qualifying, went up the order, and that got up into the thick end of the field, and then it led to contact that resulted in the number 32 car of Dries van Tor not making it to the end of the race. And then there was a late challenge. This is the battle for 2nd place, and Daniel Moret had to give it up because through came Lauren Heinrich, but all along going clear by nearly 10 seconds. Franck Pereira coming through the final corner to take victory for Lamborghini, for the Grasser Racing team. That's it. Goodbye from me and from John Watson as well. That's the face of victory.